Information is everywhere. But insights, that is rare. Business Day Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. Business Day Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins. Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
For many years, we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So
but as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that in the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
So the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end.
We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. By eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and start to take up more projects in the upstream industries.
Stay ahead with Business Day Mobile, your gateway to Nigeria's most trusted business news, market insights, and expert analysis. With a Business Day Mobile app, you'll enjoy more than just news. You gain a seamless, intuitive platform designed to keep you informed and empowered. From exclusive articles to in-depth market trends, the app delivers the stories that matter most. Why Business Day Mobile? For premium access, for a clean, responsive design, for smarter navigation, for customizable layout, and for all-in-one business hub. Whether you're a business leader, investor, policymaker, or enthusiast, Business Day Mobile brings you closer to the insights shaping Nigeria's business landscape. Download today and put authoritative business journalism right at your fingertips, anytime, anywhere.
For many years, the NNPC Limited and First ENP joint venture, operating under Petroleum Mining Leases 53 and 54, has stood out not only as an engine for energy production, but also as a committed partner to the communities that hosts its operations off the coast of Bayelsa State. Across our 11 host communities, our belief in shared prosperity is brought to life in tangible ways. Through initiatives in health, education, infrastructure, and enterprise development, as well as the Host Communities Development Trust, we are delivering programs that create real, lasting impact. One of the most transformative of these is our flagship Berkey Scholarship Program, a cornerstone of our education development pillar. Through this initiative, 51 talented and determined children from our host communities are gaining access to one of the top secondary schools in Lagos, Nigeria. For many, it is a life-changing opportunity to see a world far beyond what they once imagined.
The Berkey Scholarship Scheme started out after we undertook our baseline assessment in our host communities, and we identified a huge gap in education. And one of the ways we decided to focus on education was to provide scholarship to students in the communities.
When I heard that I was one that took first in this scholarship examination, I was happy because I know that I'm going to make my parents proud.
I like that my interval scholarship, I was so happy, I don't know what to say.
If looking at it, nobody in this place for now can sponsor a daughter or a son to that place. So it's a good impact that students from Fishan community are enjoying College Lagos.
But providing world-class education is only the beginning. We created a mentorship program that pairs each student with a First ENP staff member, offering guidance, encouragement, and a steady hand throughout their academic journey.
The mentorship program has not only added to the boys and girls under the mentorship scheme, I think it has added to me as a person as well. It gives fulfillment and joy that you are able to impact someone else that is not necessarily your blood, and you can see them grow.
Because for us, these students are not statistics. They are stories. Stories of children whose dreams are now within reach, empowered to become change agents for their communities. Stories of families whose hopes for a brighter tomorrow finally feel possible. Stories of communities witnessing the power of education to transform their future.
I can remember when the first set came. Very timid, shy, unsure of what will happen, but I've seen a lot of transformation.
Many of them have taken leadership positions. Many of them are good in sports.
My teachers, actually, they have changed my life in many ways, especially in my reading and writing.
Being here has helped me in different areas in my life. In my academics, I am more stronger now than before.
I want to thank First ENP for this bright opportunity because it's a very big one. It has changed so many lives.
Each child represents a spark of potential, of hope, of what tomorrow could be. And through Berkey Scholarship Program, that spark is being nurtured into a flame that can one day light up the world. We believe energy is more than natural resources. It is the drive to create opportunities. It is the power to uplift. It is the courage to build a better future. One child, one family, one community at a time.
Welcome. Let's discuss leading through AI and technological disruption. Technology has always changed how organizations operate. But the current wave, led by AI and automation, is changing something deeper. How leaders must think. The temptation is to treat AI as a technical project, something for IT or a task force or a vendor. But the most important questions are not technical. They are leadership questions. What work will still require distinctly human judgment? How will we redesign roles so that people are not competing with technology, but amplified by it? What ethical lines will we not cross, even if crossing them appears profitable? How will we prepare our teams, not just with skills, but with the mindset required for constant change? You can delegate tools and implementation. You cannot delegate the values, the boundaries, and the direction. In my conversations with senior leaders, those who navigate technological disruption well do one thing consistently. They take time to think slowly about the long-term implications before acting quickly. They ask, how will this technology change the way our customers live, decide, and trust? How will it change the way our people experience work? What kind of organization are we becoming if we fully embrace this? AI will not replace leaders, but it will expose the difference between leaders who think deeply and those who simply react. In seasons like this, your task is not just to adopt new tools. It is to provide the kind of steady, thoughtful leadership that gives your people confidence in the future you are building together.
It was a fire incident. Fifth floor got fire around after 4 on the 24th of December 2025. So, but the marketers, the community itself, we tried all we could, but it's escalated to the other floors. So, the moment we are still trying to know the cause of the fire, we don't know the cause. About 8 people has been rescued. On the same day, some were rescued. One woman, Iyanu, died on the spot. Iyanu died on the spot, but one of our brother was rescued. 3 other guys, and after 3 other people were rescued as well. We can't ascertain the number of people that were trapped in there, but people are still there. That's what we know. But some people have been rescued. About 4 or 5 people were rescued, in which one of the community members and the marketers were rescued. So Iyanu died on the spot. The first death that we recovered was Iyanu. So that was all. People tried all they could, but what last time I was telling us is the building is not safe for anybody to go in there. So it's hard for them to rescue to even take out the corpse in there, because we know some people were dead. They were dead already. The next step the government can do now is to bring down the building. That's what they can do to help us now. The government said it is coming down. We know it's coming down, but they should make it fast, because look at what is going on now. Nobody can operate their businesses. So that nobody can operate their business. So they should please do it faster.
Due to the fire outbreak, they told us that they need some extensions to be removed, so as whenever the building is going to collapse, it's not going to affect plazas. But sincerely, it started on Sunday. We didn't get the memo on time. So it was on Sunday we saw the videos being posted in the group. So a lot of us started coming. Monday they said demolishing shops behind, like at the back of my plazas. As at on the 24th, we came to pack our things. Then after Christmas, we brought them back. As we speak, my goods are stocked in there. There's nothing I can do at the moment. The information I got this morning when I got here is that they are saying that in the next 3 weeks, 2 to 3 weeks, we'll be able to access our plaza. But for now, there's no access. Sincerely, I can't even pinpoint anything that started. But I heard it was a lister that started the fire. But I'm not certain. Because their lister is downstairs. So we don't even know what happened. What caused the fire? We're just hearing hearsay. So there's nothing we know about it. Governor Sanwo-Olu said till they get that building down, there's nothing we can do at the moment. We cannot make sales. I understand it's for our own good, but please, they should even allow us to take out some goods and squat with other persons that their buildings are open prior to the time it gets our plazas are opened. Because we cannot stay since 24th till now. I have not rested, I have not sold anything. When I'm out of cash and I have goods to sell, I cannot sell. So please, Governor Sanwo-Olu, if you can help us with giving us time to come and pick up our items, few of our items that we can use to guide ourselves prior to the time our plazas are open, it will be good and fair enough for us.
It was a fire incident. Fifth floor got fire around after 4 on the 24th of December 2025. So, but the marketers, the community itself, we tried all we could, but it's escalated to the other floors. So the moment we are still trying to know the cause of the fire, we don't know the cause. About 8 people has been rescued. On the same day, some were rescued. One woman, Iyanu, died on the spot. But one of our brother was rescued. 3 other guys, and after 3 other people were rescued as well. We can't ascertain the number of people that were trapped in there, but people are still there. That's what we know. But some people have been rescued. About 4 or 5 people were rescued, in which one of the community members and the marketers were rescued. So Iyanu died on the spot. The first death that we recovered was Iyanu. So that was all. People tried all they could, but what last time I was telling us is the building is not safe for anybody to go in there. So it's hard for them to rescue to even take out the cops in there, because we know some people were dead. They were dead already. The next step the government can do now is to bring down the building. That's what they can do to help us now. The government said it is coming down. We know it's coming down, but they should make it fast, because look at what is going on now. Nobody can operate their businesses. So that nobody can operate their business. So they should please do it faster.
Due to the fire outbreak, they told us that they need some extensions to be removed, so as whenever the building is going to collapse, it's not going to affect plazas. But sincerely, it started on Sunday. We didn't get the memo on time. So it was on Sunday we saw the videos being posted in the group. So a lot of us started coming. Monday they started demolishing shops behind, like at the back of my plazas. As at on the 24th, we came to pack our things. Then after Christmas, we brought them back. As we speak, my goods are stocked in there. There's nothing I can do at the moment. The information I got this morning when I got here is that they are saying that in the next 3 weeks, 2 to 3 weeks, we'll be able to access our plaza. But for now, there's no access. Sincerely, I can't even pinpoint anything that started. But I heard it was a lister that started the fire. But I'm not certain. Because their lister is downstairs. So we don't even know what happened. What caused the fire? We're just hearing hearsay. So there's nothing we know about it. Governor Sanwo-Olu said till they get that building down, there's nothing we can do at the moment. We cannot make sales. I understand it's for our own good, but please, they should even allow us to take out some goods and squat with other persons that their buildings are open prior to the time it gets our plazas are opened. Because we cannot stay since 24th till now. I have not rested, I have not sold anything. When I'm out of cash and I have goods to sell, I cannot sell. So please, Governor Sanwo-Olu, if you can help us with giving us time to come and pick up our items, few of our items that we can use to guide ourselves prior to the time our plazas are open, it will be good and fair enough for us.
It was a fire incident. Fifth floor got fire around after 4 on the 24th of December 2025.
Meet Monica, your all-in-one financial solution. Convert crypto to Naira at juicy rates anytime, anywhere. Enjoy fast withdrawals straight to your bank. Buy airtime, data, and pay bills in seconds. No stress, no delays, just seamless transactions. Monica, the smarter way to move your money. Download now.
Okay now, dependable insurance. After God, you are the next insurance. See as the boys the Allah, all the ladies the Allah. Insure your car protection from accidents. Unforeseen loss, you can see them. Mistakes are meant to happen. If you don't jam the car, they'll jam yours. Will you beat them? Ah yes, you will get them arrested. Your plans for that day is affected. You waste your money, you waste energy. With AXA, you can be protected.
Get the protection that pays today. Call 0700 AXA Mansa to get a motor insurance that pays.
At Stanbic IBTC, we are here to help you grow with financing that helps you expand, expert knowledge across 20 African markets, trade solutions that open doors to 195 countries globally, and an online banking platform that works hard because with us, there's possible, then there's more. Visit www.stanbicibtcbank.com/business for more. Stanbic IBTC.
True strength. What defines it? The brilliance of a player? Or when a team comes together to win? A solo beat? Or the rhythm of many? The flair of one dancer? Or the art of a troupe? One distinct voice, or the beauty of the symphony. At FCMB Group, we build ecosystems, empower communities, and create the future. Because we believe it's not just one, but the power of the group that delivers the future we all desire. FCMB, the power of the group.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
The demolition exercise being carried out in the Makoko community has left many residents displaced, distressed, and uncertain about their future, while they struggle with daily activities amid the rubble. The exercise has sparked widespread concern over its humanitarian impact on vulnerable residents. The Lagos state government says the demolition was carried out primarily on safety grounds, citing the dangers posed by illegal structures erected dangerously close to high-tension power lines. Paddling through the narrow waterways of Makoko, the sight is both unsettling and heartbreaking. The lagoon, discolored and littered with debris, reflects the grim reality now confronting many residents whose homes and livelihoods have been destroyed.
They're shooting gun this guy because it's that some people is dying. So children above 18, 20, women too is dying.
They say that they will collect 100 meter. They can collect 200 meter from that way. See this banner here. From there to there. So that they will collect everything.
Government, please help us. We do not have anywhere to go. Please help us. We do not have anywhere to go.
Before Christmas, people in the Makoko community were living their normal, peaceful life until the Lagos state government, although gave them a notice beforehand that they were going to come and, demolish 20 meter from the power line here in the Makoko community. But on the said day, they demolished up to 50 meter and still went beyond 100 meter. And the people of the community say it is still subject to continue because right now they do not know their fate if the Lagos state government plans on demolishing every area here in the Egun community in Makoko, the riverine area. Now, the damage that has been done in this place has been enormous as the tear gas used in dispersing the residents of this community away from this riverine area so the demolition can go on had to make them make use of tear gas. The tear gas in turn caused a lot of damage as it killed lots of infants and a whole lot of people also lost their lives. You can see the damage done here in the community. It's been enormous. Now, the problem is, where will the people go from here? All the way from Makoko community where the Egun people are inhabited in Lagos, Nigeria. Destiny Momo reporting for Business Day Television News. Across the community, faces marked by despair tell stories of shattered hopes and disrupted lives. Children, some barely old enough to understand the situation, have taken on adult responsibilities, manning canoes and ferrying people, and also salvaging belongings to safer areas. Naked toddlers sit helplessly staring at the wreckage that now defines their world. Middle-aged women continue to paddle their canoes, selling food in the midst of the chaos, struggling to earn a living and provide meals for their families, despite the uncertainty hanging over them.
So right now, we are in Makoko community. And so I'm one of the students in Makoko community. So due to the condition of everything that I've heard, so they say local government said they'll be taking 30 meters out of our distant community. So now they have gone a lot of places. So we can't even actually say it. But a lot of things has been happening whereby they have been shooting tear gas, killing of young peoples. Like even though our young brothers and sisters and our adults too, they have been dying. So we don't have any choice to do. So we don't actually have some what we can actually do. So the only thing I have to say is we need your help, your support, so that we can't be like we have been here since over years ago, and we have a lot of friends, a lot of people. So if we guys take us from here now, we don't know where we can go to, and we don't have any plan to go.
Some school children and adult residents say the demolition process was traumatic. They alleged that excessive use of tear gas to disperse resistance at the scene led to injuries and, in some cases, fatalities, claims which authorities are yet to officially confirm. In response, the Lagos state government maintains that the exercise was not targeted at any particular group, but purely a safety-driven intervention. Officials say repeated warnings had been issued about the dangers of living and operating businesses close to high-tension electricity cables. Meanwhile, residents of the community, many of whom are said to be migrants from the Benin Republic, insist Makoko is their home. Several displaced persons say they identify as Nigerians and that they have no intention of returning to their country of origin, calling on the government to provide alternative accommodation, relief materials, and a humane resettlement plan. As the demolition continues, calls are growing from civil society groups and human rights advocates for the state government to balance safety concerns with compassion, ensuring that displaced residents, especially women and children, are not left stranded without shelter, food, or protection.
I'm no longer going anywhere because of what is going on. I'm a teacher. I also do some small business, but because of a vision, I couldn't do. My house has been demolished. My shop has been demolished. Even the schools where I used to teach, some of them has also been demolished.
In a new development, Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu, who addressed journalists on Monday at Government House Ikeja, insists that the action was necessary to prevent possible electrocution, fire outbreaks, and other life-threatening hazards.
Of what interest will it be for government to want to unduly demolish anybody? What interest? If it is not for the overall safety of these citizens that we're talking about. A lot of these people have built the shanties. I'm not talking about, poor and vulnerable people.
The governor, however, says his administration will look into the plight of the affected residents. Destiny Mama, Business Day Television News.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Mama.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day Television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shade of doubt.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Mama.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day Television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shade of doubt.
You've tuned into the breakfast show right here on Business Day Television. It's a beautiful Thursday morning and we have enough packed to keep you going with us this morning. Thank you for joining us. My name is Elizabeth Musa.
Destiny Mama, good morning.
It's always a delight to be in the studio with you. You know, how's the week been so far?
Well, I would say that the week has been it has been good, also for the fact that, traffic has been a little bit reduced and the fact that the road has been open and people are able to fly there to reduce traffic on this other side, right? right? And I also want to give kudos to the government for the fact that talking about buying things in the market, it's not as, should I say, more expensive than it has been. So I want to believe that.
Really?
Yes, just from my own observation. I don't know if I was going to the right people today.
No, that means you're going to the right people if you're getting it cheaper.
I've not heard any reduction inflation-wise, but that's just my observation.
So precisely what type of goods are we talking about here? Food, produce,
yes, definitely food items,
food stuff.
Yeah, as provision. Normally, when you before now, like if you want to get like the King's, should I even say assume King's? Let me not even call it like vegetable oil, and then like maybe for the small Ragoli's bottle, something, swamp bottle. Before that, it was like 2,000 something, you know, 2,400 naira.
Okay.
But you can buy it now for at least 1,800. At least you're seeing some reduction in some, prices of food items or condiments or even ingredients. And then you're happy that, wow, okay, in my lifetime, I'm seeing a little bit of this. And
really?
Normally, it doesn't happen. When things have skyrocketed, they don't come down. Yeah.
I think the only thing I've noticed is plantain.
Okay. Is it in season?
I don't even know if it's in season, but I think it's the amount of plantain they get to give you for a certain amount. Like 5,000 plantain now was a lot. I was like, when am I going to finish this plantain?
Wow.
And I started telling myself, maybe I need to reduce there. Maybe I need to now buy 2,000 because if I had to make it 5,000 because of the amount of plantain they will give you, the number, right? Rather, but now it's quite like they're more. There's more in the bundle, so for me in the bunch rather. So that's a good thing. So yeah, I think that. But there's a report that's been going around, which I hope that we'll be able to talk about on the show, perhaps tomorrow or sometime next week, about more households now. Restaurants having less orders and less customers now, with more households tilting to
doing their own food,
doing home cooking. And I think
I see a lot of food on your DM, on your status as well. You seem a very good cook.
Apparently, I think so. So I think about 29% of Nigerians now are now more Nigerians are now
tilting towards cooking
from their homes. Home cooking, yeah. So that's also something that I've noticed. I think it's quite interesting because I was thinking it was just myself. So I was saying to myself, okay, does it mean there are more people now in the New Year's thing? They
have New Year resolution kind of thing.
They have to cook, and why is that happening? But I'm really curious. I want to speak to the people who have done that. I've already reached out to them to know what might be informing this decision. If it's New Year resolutions,
it might not even be New Year resolution. It might just be like a health thing.
If that people are now being more conscious about their health. If it's perhaps maybe it's cheaper to make your food from home.
Exactly.
Because I won't lie, when you think about the opportunity cost, it's not cheaper.
It's not cheaper.
You said I cook a lot, but the thing is, it's so annoying because I get to stand all day. Yesterday was my work from home, but I was literally cooking like, you know, standing, the food prep. If you have an assistant, it's better off when you have like someone to do the cutting, washing, all of those things. But it's a lot. So when people that cook, their own restaurants, run restaurants, cafes, canteens, and all of that, when they puts their cost and people are complaining about the amount, it's not really about just the food. It's about the entire thing. Sometimes oil pours on your hand, all of those things, and you're standing, you're cutting, it's all of those things. Because anyway, let's see what we have on the front page of the newspaper this morning real quick. But we'll take a quick break and then be right back to see what we have on the front page of the papers. Just stay with us.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Welcome back. You're still watching the Business Day television breakfast show, and now it's time for us to see what we have on the front page of the newspaper. Of course, we'll start at home because they say charity begins at home. So we'll see what we have on the front page of the Business Day paper this morning. Real quick, the biggest story here says Naira mutual fund surge 140% as dollar bet cool. That one is in the money market. And then Dangote Refinery refines import chain, says allegations are false and misleading. That one is a little bit of an expose from the Dangote Refinery covered by the energy desk. And then in the world of health, it says health workers strikes push Nigerians to costly private care. The other story here says Ojulari concedes NNPC can't run refineries profitably. Wow, what a concession. You know, I think about it really. Let me start off with that story on Ojulari conceding and saying NNPC can't run refineries profitably. There was once upon a time when NNPC used to be the leader of the pack. True. When we talk about refineries in Nigeria, you mentioned NNPC. But now you can basically say in that midstream sector, Dangote Refinery is definitely leading the pack. And it's commendable for Dangote, but it also says a lot about managing federal projects, right? Federal projects in Nigeria. It's always like it's like war. It's like a tug of war.
What's
maybe
actually
not
the
sustainable.
reason?
Maybe we have a very poor infrastructure system. It's a system.
Is there like a need for corruption to just happen one way or the other? Are they accepting corruption at some point, at some kind of level that without that then things cannot really happen, like in the federal government sector or in the government sector? It is strange because if things can happen well, right, in the private sector, right, without mincing words, plans have been put in place, you're seeing results, you're seeing that this thing's actually working, because we've been hearing they want to work on the refinery, they want to do this, they want to do that, and we have a body to do this, and which is the NNPC, right? And then nothing is happening, and then one man out of the blues started a project and it's making the wave, and we're seeing the results, we're seeing the productivity, we're seeing the impact, and then they're still dragging their feet down there. What is going on? What can we say is the reason for this?
I like I said earlier. I mean, I'm not the government, so I can't answer. But I think one of the biggest problems Nigeria's had is the problem of corruption. Our leaders also being very corrupt. Managing leadership. Leadership has always been sort of a big struggle, and if the people at the helm of power, if the people in authority can't properly manage whatever it is, then certainly the project will also suffer, and then the people will suffer. And I think that's what we've had for a long time. You don't just change something one-off. To change something, you have to change an entire system. Exactly. And the question is, are we ready? Because sometimes when we talk about changing an entire system, when you think about the cost of changing an entire system, the truth is sometimes you might also be on the receiving end. So I think at the point where people say, oh, we want to change, and then you think about the change, that if they make a change, it could affect you.
Yeah.
And then
well, talking about change, we know that change is not something that is really easy to accept. Take, for instance, I'm telling you, oh, Lizzie, do something away from your normal style. It's not going to be easy for you to adapt or for instance, you're leaving an office space to another office space, and then the office space you were art was more comfy, talking about the environment, and then you're going somewhere that you just have to adapt, and it's not going to be funny. But at the end of the day, because we are philosophical, we could adapt easily.
We're adaptable
At the end of the day. But then again, what is this cabal that is always, in charge of government projects that people have to go through, bow to these cabals before you can actually get results in government projects? It is actually very painful. Now, it's supposed to be the other way around here. I was passing through the Coastal Road today, and then someone was like, oh, wow, oh, this is the road that they were saying that it's too expensive. Yeah, everybody's enjoying it. And then I thought, oh yeah, 7 to 8 billion naira per kilometer, right? At the end of the day, paid off, because now we're not just talking about just a bushy ground, but talking about pushing water away from where it was. You understand? And then it's worth it after all, because money was already going where it doesn't, have to go to before. Now, if we're seeing the results on this, and we could still see more results on more development, then it's okay if they spend the money. Do you understand?
So the thing with change is, just as you've said, it might cause a little bit of discomfort at the time of the change. But if it's a change with good intent and proper planning, at the end of the day, everyone will be well off for it. So for those on the receiving end of, in terms of part of corruption and all of that, at the end of the day, if it means you're not going to get XYZ money, right? In the first place, you're supposed to get that money. You're not supposed to.
You're there to satisfy the people first of all.
Uncomfortable for you, but you should adjust. Look, the corruption system in Nigeria is not one to just we can talk about. We'll probably be going down
that the system has come to accept.
Exactly.
It's something, I think it's very overwhelming for people that get to these offices and then they see themselves there. They're not even believing they're there. Because most times how these people get to those offices, it's not because they're technocrats. It's because one way or the other, their party deemed them fit. It's all politics. Yes, it's all politics that has brought us to this, like someone would say, low-hanging fruit. It's actually not really convenient for the people. I just think things should go a bit more better. Things should actually work because they should work, not because it's a government project or it's a private project.
I agree with you. Speaking of government project, private projects, and all of that, health workers strikes push Nigerians to costly private care. That's still part of the systemic problems we're talking about. The workers are striking now.
Health
workers are striking, and that's also pushing Nigerians to private care, which we know is very expensive in Nigeria. And it's actually crazy because it's more expensive and it's supposedly supposed to be, better, because you're supposed to have lesser people there, and you're paying for. When you're paying more for something, it's believed that you should be getting better services. But the truth is, even the private healthcare workers are stretched thin because of the fact that many of the doctors, many of the nurses, many of the people in the private healthcare sector, even in the public healthcare sector, have all jackpot. We talk about the brain drain situation a lot of times. That's one thing that we're still battling with.
We do not have professionals in our health sectors anymore. We do not have like when you go to school, you find out that there are some A-list students, and there are some students that are just, they're just failing, and then they're just pushing them to just, that's just like what we have now. The students that are not really passing are the ones in the health sector right now. And then we are giving them credence, we're giving them importance because they are there. Right, unlike the other ones that jackpot, which of course they're going to the Western world to gain more knowledge, to bring it back here to benefit the people, right? But that's not how everybody will see it. Just like what you've said, that the private sector is more expensive, right? Government hospitals are very affordable, right? But that's why you see that the government is trying to tear a lot of general hospitals across, sectors, across, different environments in Lagos to make it easy for people to access, easy treatment. But then it's not going as planned. If people, the health workers will still be going on strike, who will be the people that will treat, these people, and then going to the private sector, you're not 100% sure of getting good treatment, because we've got the private hospitals that they just keep their relative at the labs to do tests, and these lab results don't really come back, as original results. And this has killed a lot of people. Health sector should not be, looked at as just one ordinary sector. Now, this is where lives are being, do you understand, saved. We're talking about lives, productive lives, that would do things, that would do productive things. The other day, we lost someone with a very good voice.
Yes, because of
venom that was not available in hospitals. And then they're changing narrative, changing the stories just to favor a particular hospital. It is very sad, trust me. It can happen to anybody. It can happen to anybody. We all need safety at some point. We all want to get to the hospital and get treated. We all want to see the hospital as a safe place, not the other way around.
There definitely needs to be more work done in the urgency. Needs to be urgently addressed. This healthcare sector challenges that we're facing. They need to pay health workers better salaries. They need to pay them on time. They need to stop owing. Right now it sounds like something from a broken record when we talk about healthcare workers going on strike, ASU going on strike.
The healthcare workers that will not, the ones that will not even go on strike, they don't really know this job. See Chimamanda's son, when they came for the holiday.
And that's supposed to be a top doctor, don't forget.
Yes, and these are very expensive hospitals.
So that's also the part where it's not, some of them working in these private hospitals, not like they don't know the job, but because they're stretched thin. And you know how it can be when the law of diminishing returns. I'm not trying to make excuses, but that's also what I'm just saying. They need to pay more attention to the healthcare sector. Because if these guys in the private sector, some of them, most of those doctors in the private hospitals still work in the teaching hospital.
You don't need to tell me. They own their hospitals.
They own their hospitals. They work. Do you understand? So they are distracted. Sometimes I'm with my doctor. Oh, I'm saying this thing. They say, okay, you said headache, right? I'm like, no, I didn't say. I said stomachache. So it's crazy because their minds are in different places.
Thinking of how to bring in
the funds, thinking of their hospital next. Thinking of, so it's money making. Yeah, your profession should fetch you money, but a profession such as being a doctor, being a nurse, it's about people's lives. It's first about your passion. It's first about the passion to save lives. It's first about, caring about other people. Before money, yes, we believe they must pay. But there has to be, I believe that anyone who is in nursing or medical field should not be going into it because of the money. It should be
passion
from a
driven.
true place of having that love for people, wanting to save life. Anyway, we have to move on now. One of the story, the big story on the front page of Business Day paper also really caught my eyes. Talks about Naira mutual funds surging at 140% as dollar bets cool. This one is simply talking about how investors' appetite is shifting away from dollars now. So I think it's a good time for people who want to invest to,
take advantage of
jump on the mutual funds train, jump on the Naira mutual funds train. Apparently, there's a lot of money to make right now. 140% surge is more than 100%. Firstly, even 50% is a lot. Then we're talking about 100 now. We're talking about 140%. That's a good one, really.
Exactly.
It's a good one. Let's see, finally, we'll take a look at the Punch. But to read more on the stories you have on the front page of the Business Day paper, please visit www.businessday.ng to read more on all of these juicy stories we've just spoken about on the front page. And for more exclusives, you definitely should visit premium.businessday.ng. That's where we get the exclusive interviews, exclusive stories you'd never find anywhere to make more informed decisions in your business. And so on that note, let's move and see what we have on the front page of the Punch paper this morning on the Business Day television breakfast show. Now we see the front page of the Punch this morning is quite spy. The big story here says Kwara massacre. Federal government faces heat as 100 feared dead.
Whoa, that's not nice. That's not nice.
70 victims buried in mass grave Tinubu deploys troops. Government Saraki mourn. Survivors recount ordeal. That's the sad one on the front page of the Punch paper.
What's happening in Kwara? God.
On page 20 of the Punch paper this morning, it says, Diezani trial. UK contractor details luxury property on unpaid bills. You know, Diezani, I think maybe for my teen years, she's been in this news for this corruption. And then on page 2, it says, delayed Electoral Act amendment could disrupt 2027 poll timetable. And this one is according to INEC. And a big story here is felicitation from goodwill message to Mr. Matthew Tonlaga on his 50th birthday. This is from the office of His Excellency President Bola Tinubu, sending his golden felicitation. So that literally was an entire front page spread. But well, talking about this massacre situation, I don't even know, you can almost see that I'm speechless, but I shouldn't be speechless, because we're broadcasters. But every morning when you wake up, it's really sad to wake up to news like 160 feared dead, 200 killed in XYZ. But it seems to be the order of the day these days.
It's very sad, hearing the numbers and not being able to do anything. And even the emotional attachment you have when you hear such things is actually reducing it, because it feels like it's a normal thing to hear these things. But is it truly normal? We're talking about human lives being massacred in their
hundreds. It's not normal. Nothing normal about it.
That's what I'm saying. You just hear these numbers and we're not doing anything about it. It's
all too familiar.
Exactly. So why should people be dying in such high magnitude and nothing is being done? Now, Kwara, something like this happening in Kwara puts so much fear, because, I don't know, it just feels closer home, than the normal things happening in the north, which, of course, is not normal.
It's
like
not
this,
normal, nothing normal.
Like how it has been happening in the north, and how we've been hearing the numbers, and it's coming closer. Like, we're talking about Kwara, having this magnitude of people dying for no good reason. It's really painful.
Just as we talked about the healthcare sector needing urgent attention, the Nigeria's security situation needs urgent attention. Like you said, there was never a time when it was okay. It was never okay. But now, it's not seeming far away anymore. It's getting closer and closer. It could be anywhere. These massacres we're talking about, these kidnappings, these terrorist attacks, it could be anywhere. So nowhere is even safe at the moment. There needs to be urgent attention, urgent one. On the front page of The Guardian as well, that's also the big story on the front page. In fact, there's no other story on the front page of The Guardian. The only thing here is concerns over fresh killings in Kwara and Katsina. No other story. Work needs to be done, really. Our government needs to sit back, go back to the drawing board, and pay attention to the security in Nigeria. Do what needs to be done. If you need to deploy, I saw the other day they had bought, I think, some more fighter jets for the Nigerian Air Force. Okay. I don't know if they've put it into use yet. I don't know if they need more, but I do believe they need to work better. That's my belief. On that note, let's see what we have on the cartoon of the day this morning on the Business Day television breakfast show. That's always how we wrap up today. It's really quite sad, speaking about the death in Kwara State.
May their souls continue to rest.
Amen. So there is something like someone standing. We know who that is. So
of course,
that seems like a cartoon image of Mr. Adams Oshomole, and then he's standing on some
taxpayers' money.
Some money in bundles, naira. They say taxpayers. I think taxpayers. I can't see the last thing there. And then he's standing, and then there's a lady beside him, and
his
constituency project. And as you can see, he's standing on money.
Yeah.
And then at the back is something like is that a sheep or something? And then you're also seeing an airplane ahead, and then you can see that he's in love, love on his mind.
Taxpayers
and
taxpayers money.
They are describing him as former textile worker, now senator, love on his mind, and then his constituency project, and obviously all of this is on taxpayers' door. It's actually crazy. I think this is also from maybe that in that video that was circulating online, or the video circulating online, we did see some will say it's AI, but it did see, a video of the senator, massaging a lady's foot inside
the private jet.
And for me, I don't know really. I think things like that, there's freedom to love. There's freedom, it's not. I don't think you can really say anything.
Who would have brought it out to the public?
Yeah, that's the thing.
We're not supposed to see that. That's his private life. He has the right to love.
Whoever it is, so he has the right to fire whoever it is. Because again, that's why people, just getting that tight team is important, because whoever did that certainly just wanted to
divert attention to self.
So just put that news out there, which wasn't necessary. Honestly, I really don't have anything to say, because I'm just thinking, okay,
what's going on?
We can only talk from a point of morals, and really, am I moral police? No. So he has his freedom to do whatever he wants to do. Really, I don't know. We don't know for sure that it's taxpayers' money.
Oh my God!
We don't know whatever it is. He has his freedom to like whoever he likes, right? So far, it's not hurting anyone. The only thing I don't know is if he's married. So again, that also goes back to what I'm saying. That's more of a moral conversation, and I don't think I'm in the place to speak on that. So we'll just let our audience be the judge on. Whatever it is you want to make, like they say, pictures tell 1,000 stories, but that's the cartoon there. That's the story right there. So we're going to leave it there this morning. Thank you so much for staying with us at 9 a.m. On top of the hour, we have Business Morning with Destiny Momo to stay with us.
Information is everywhere, but insights, that is rare. Business Day Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. Business Day Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond. From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture. Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Morning.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay Television.
For many years, we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So it's
as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that in the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
So, the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end.
We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. By eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and start to take up more projects in the upstream industries.
Stay ahead with Business Day Mobile, your gateway to Nigeria's most trusted business news, market insights, and expert analysis. With a Business Day Mobile app, you enjoy more than just news. You gain a seamless, intuitive platform designed to keep you informed and empowered. From exclusive articles to in-depth market trends, the app delivers the stories that matter most. Why Business Day Mobile? For premium access, for a clean, responsive design, for a smarter navigation, for customizable alerts, and for all-in-one business hub. Whether you're a business leader, investor, policymaker, or enthusiast, Business Day Mobile brings you closer to the insights shaping Nigeria's business landscape. Download today and put authoritative business journalism right at your fingertips, anytime, anywhere.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Moses.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day Television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shade of doubt.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Moses.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shade of doubt.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Moses.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shade of doubt.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Moses.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shade of doubt.
Welcome back. You're still watching Business Morning. Let's now move to our first conversation this morning. Nigeria's business environment has barely had time to breathe. In the space of months, companies have had to adjust to fuel subsidy removal, FX liberalization, rising interest rates, and persistent inflation all at once. While governments insist this policy shift is necessary for long-term stability, many businesses say the pace and sequencing have created deep uncertainty, making planning, pricing, and investment increasingly difficult. This morning, we are asking, after policy shock upon policy shock, how are Nigerian businesses really coping, and what does this mean for jobs, investment, and growth. And to help us unpack this, we're being joined by Festus Tokumbo. He's a UK-based development economist. Good morning, Festus. Good to have you
morning.
This morning.
It's a privilege to be here.
All right. So, like the topic said, policy shock for policy shock. What does this policy shock mean in today's economy that we see now, and what is the recent decision that have been the most disruptive when it comes to businesses?
Thank you. Policy shock occurs when government make a sudden policy decisions that create disruption in the economy. It can be business destruction, it can be economic destruction. Basically, there are two main policies that government use to influence the economy. We have the fiscal policy, which is about government revenue and government expenditure. They are the monetary policy. It's about the interest rate and the money supply. So since the past 3 years, the government has introduced series of policies to stimulate the economy. This time we have the fuel removal subsidy policy that was introduced in 2023 by the current administration. So, I mean, it is a brilliant policy, but the problem with that policy is the methodology of implementing it and the administration it. Because, I mean, the society are not well sensitized. The key actors are not well involved in making such decisions. In developed countries like the UK and the US, before government introduce a policies, they have to give time for company to adjust. They have to provide incentive for small-scale industry. Fine, I mean, the first subsidy is not sustainable, as the government said, because according to them, the government was spending about 40% of the reserve to import fuel into the country. You see, Nigeria is the only country, is one of the few forest countries in the world that is a major oil producer. Nigeria is the 12th largest producer of crude oil in the world that still imports petroleum. It shows that the company, I mean, it shows about the systemic corruption in the country and about the weak political institutions. So if you are introducing such a policy, you have to carry everyone along. So it creates business disruption that affected business across the line. Then there's the current, I mean, exchange rate unification policy. It's a brilliant policy, it's fine. I think the best policy that was introduced is actually the energy decentralization policy, because a 230 million population, you need to decentralize your energy. You cannot you can't achieve energy security through the national grid alone. You have to involve the private actors. So the most destructive policy that was actually introduced is by adopting a floating rate monetary policy regime to implement many of those policies. If a government is at an import-based economy, if you are adopting a floating rate regime, the CBN must have sufficient liquidity to supply the currency market and stabilize the economy. In the case of Nigeria, the CBN was only providing about 20 to 25% of the liquidity needed to sustain the currency market. So it created problems across the line. And businesses depend on currency stability. You cannot conduct a successful business in an economy with fluctuating currency. In 2023, the rate of dollar was 4.30. Today, it's at the peak of the policy, it was 1.5. I think it's going to 1,390 now. And what the finance minister said was that the idea they were selling to the public was that the 430 was not the real value of the Nigerian currency. So today, according to God, in this country, we have governments that are not independent thinkers. They've mostly followed the neoliberal institutions, so that the World Bank, the IMF, or Bloomberg. So what they were saying is that the currency is overvalued. They were projecting that the real value of the naira was 800 to 850. Because I listened to the Minister of Finance when it was defending, when it was being interrogated at the National Assembly. So that was what they were projecting. But the naira collapsed onto 1,500. That shows that policy is a failure.
Right.
It is not contested. So the interest rate determines everything. There's no business that can survive, that can strive without a stable currency. It determines the exchange rate determines the interest rate. Today, the Nigerian interest rate is about 27.1%. In 2023, it's about 17.2%. Look at a country like South Africa. The interest rate is 6.5%. In the European Union, the interest rate is 2.1%. In the UK, it's 3.75%. No business can survive without sustainable interest rate. Then what about the inflation rate? The inflation rate today is about 15.3%. It's not sustainable for businesses. In Ghana here, the interest is about less than 4%. So our business can survive. Basically, government pursue policies that ensure sustainable exchange rate, sustainable interest rate, sustainable inflation rate to create a conducive economy to thrive. But in the case of Nigeria, it wasn't the case.
So now we saw that the FX reforms, the fuel subsidy, and also the high interest rate, like you said, all of that policy came simultaneously. So do you agree that Nigerians were not given enough time, and do you think that was a good idea to actually like do all of this reforms at the same time?
It wasn't a good idea. Okay. I mean, those policies will be implemented, I mean, given sufficient time for the key actors to adjust. Government should providing subsidy, government should provide subsidy for the low-scale industries to cope with the shock. And to me, if you look at this first subsidy, for example, if you are having a Dangote refinery that is going to produce about 650 liters of petroleum per day, and if your consumption is about 400,000 plus, the idea thing, and Dangote refinery started operation from 2023. You should have allowed that, you should have buy into that. If Dangote don't supply you those petroleum while you are selling the crude at a local currency, so you remove the dollar's effect. You may not actually need to float the currency to eliminate the dollar effect from the Nigerian economy, because the main problems that most countries faces in the world is dollarization, because the United States means of maintaining its global hegemony is through dollarization. And when you keep borrowing from many of these international institutions, like the liberal institutions, they promote dollarization policies. And those policies are not sustainable for businesses across the line. So those policies should have implemented, as you said, gradually, one after the other, rather than putting everything, announcing everything.
Right. Now let's look at the businesses now. Do you think these businesses are actually pushing this cost on the consumer, or they're just trying to maintain the margin level?
So there are many options that businesses are doing. Some of them are out of business because they cannot cope. According to Nigerian Economic Summit groups, that is the only group, independent research organization in Nigeria. They said that over 7,000 businesses, small-scale industries, are out of business as a consequence of the shock. So some of them are downsizing. Some of them are embracing internal restructuring like automation to cut the cost of running, the businesses. While some, mostly, they are passing the cost to the consumer, which they are addicting to. In the developed country, look at the United States, for example. President Trump has imposing high tariff on countries across the line. The idea, because what he's trying to do was to achieve trade recovery, but producing within the United States it's high cost based on the high cost of labor, high cost of material. So the producer end up pushing the cost to the consumers, and that's why most of the companies in Nigeria are doing. It's the companies that bear the cost. That's what they are doing. So what I'm trying to say is that most policies that this government is pursuing is people at the low scale that feel the impact. So you can't be telling people to endure posterity while Nigeria cost of governance is among the highest among the low income countries. It's the highest. We're talking about $300 billion economy that your senators, the members of parliament, are earning as much as developed countries. Look at the United Kingdom, for example. It's about $4 trillion economy. It's the largest economy in the world. The member of parliament earn £7,200 in a month. In Nigeria, it is almost contested. Nobody knows what they earn. Some people are saying they earn about $30,000, while some are saying $15,000. It's not sustainable. So you cannot be imposing, you cannot be creating policies that expecting the people at the bottom line to feel the impact, while the government is not even restructuring in terms of cost of governance or borrowing consistently to pursue recurrent expenditure. It's not sustainable.
How do you think foreign investors are interpreting these policies? Is it coming to them as a shock? Are they seeing it as governance instability or rising momentum?
It's a double effect. If you look at the Nigerian economy, most of the investors that has come in, they are coming from basically from financial sector.
Right.
Because the Nigerian financial sector is very lucrative. I mean, when you trade off your monetary policy autonomy, you understand. So you attract investors because they want to make big business. I mean, we are talking about 10% interest rate. In the US, it's less than, it's about 3.5%. They will prefer to invest here than investing in the EU where it is 1.9%. So for the financial sectors, it's a very lucrative business. And that is why I say that the policy of the government to expand the economy is basically from the financial sectors. You will hardly find an investor from the real sectors. But a sustainable economic expansion has to comprise both the real sectors and the financial sector.
So with the way the Nigerian policy keeps shifting and drifting, do you think we can actually attract long-term investment? Or is it going to be the crumbs that we get?
It's going to be, there's policy uncertainty. Right. There's energy, our energy sector, we have energy insecurity. The major problem that business faces in this country, according to the World Bank, is energy insecurity. We are talking about 8,000 megawatts for 230 million people. Right. In South Africa, it's about 70 million population, and the government is generating about 60,000 megawatts. So without energy stability, you're not going to attract investors in the real economy, because it is the real economy that drives sustainable growth.
So what immediate policy action do you think the government can take to actually stop this policy shock that at the end of the day affects businesses?
In my opinion, I've written series of articles on Nigerian dailies. In my opinion, I'm pushing for the reversing the monetary policy regime, basically a floating rating regime. Why? Because you cannot sustain an economy. You cannot achieve business sustainability. Why adopting a floating rate regime, and when the government doesn't have the capacity to compete? That's what they've done. So it doesn't make sense. There's not to be any changes. So we need to reverse the policy. Government need to provide soft loans for small-scale industries. We need to create policies that improve energy security. We need energy mix. You cannot just be depending on the electricity alone to drive growth in the economy. And above all, the cost of governance is not sustainable. And when you keep borrowing from the international communities, basically it's the US, many of those global institutions, they promote dollarization. And in today's economy, most governments are de-dollarizing. In the United Kingdom, in many of the banks, you're not allowed to bank in the US dollar. You can only bank in the UK. That is dollarization. Look at the Nigerian economy. Our top trading partners, China, India, we actually achieve business sustainability, social sustainability, where we trade with those countries in their local currency. And the governments there's a currency to have with China. They need to go further in that direction. I need to consider other countries as well. Right. Because the policy of the current government is not sustainable. And there is no way that the social economic variable can improve. And the exchange rate is not the strength of a modern economy is Naira. The Naira determines everything. It determines everything. It determines the interest rate, the exchange rate. It determines everything. You need a sustainable currency that you have a cumulative effect on your purchasing power parity. Look at the poorest country in Africa are in the West African region because of poor currency. In the 80s, the Nigerian Naira was from 60 to early 80s, Nigerian Naira was much more valuable than the British pounds, than the German Deutschmark, and the US dollar. So from that to now, the collapse of the Naira was the consequence of the wrong-headed macroeconomic policy of the succeeding government in Nigeria. So we need to stabilize the currency. Government must promote policies that ensures currency stability, that improve energy security, to attract international investors in the real economy, not just about the financial economy. Because the financial sectors, in most cases, when you grow from the financial sector without the real sectors, it creates inflation. It creates macroeconomic imbalances.
Thank you very much, Festus, for your time on the Business Monday.
Thank you.
It was really good to have you. We were speaking to Festus Tokumbo. He's a UK-based development economist. Still to come after the break, trade flows in 2026. What Nigeria must do as US exports jump and Nigerian shipments fall. To stay with us. Welcome back. You're still watching Business Morning. Let's now move to our second conversation for this morning. Now, as we look ahead to 2026, Nigeria's trade relationship with the United States is moving in opposite direction. Into Nigeria is rising, while the Nigerian shipments to the US are falling, pressured by tariffs, weak competitiveness, and structural constraints at home. Now, for a country desperate for foreign exchange, jobs, and export-led growth, this imbalance raises urgent questions. And this morning, we examine what Nigeria must do to reverse declining exports, protect its trade position, and remain relevant in a more perfectionist global economy. And joining us this morning is Musa Sanusi Hamad, is the principal trade media. Good morning, Musa. It's good to have you on the show.
Thank you for having me on this, Deborah. Good morning.
The key factors behind the rising U.S. exports to Nigeria, while the Nigerian shipments to the U.S. continue to decline?
I think the key factors of recent is the tariffs, but always it has been unable to meet standards, certifications, and uneven interest by the Nigerian diplomats and officials to make sure that our standards metrics are recognized by the US so that we could be able to meet with the export quotas. And of recent, we have a lot of distractions internally whereby our exporters are struggling a lot with financing because the inflows of dollars into Nigeria, it's really distracted to the extent that even the Bermuda change and transfer operators were unable to supply these FX for the exporters. And that is the main reason. And aside from that, we are struggling to diversify, and of recent, there are a lot of things coming on that with the Bonga offshore field maintenance going on and a lot of maintenance across our offshore and onshore. It resulted in decrease in the volume of oil we exported, the crude oil we exported. And we all know that our exports to US is solely oil dependent, and the other agricultural goods like sesame and the likes that we export to US is really dwindled because the majority of the farmers of those commodities like cocoa and sesame, they are struggling and they lack the appropriate financing to make sure that they were meeting with the targets. But solely it's technical logistics and power costs that resulted in the current situation we are.
Oh, very well said. So how significant are the U.S. trade tariffs in weakening the Nigerian export competitiveness, and especially for the non-oil goods?
It's very significant. The Nigerian goods is not that they are not competitive. It's just that U.S. Most of the things that we exported to US are negligible, and they are not something that they cannot do without. Because if you are talking of oil, they have access to almost all the oils of the world. And even if you see that we obtain export Brent crude, they have the WTI oil, which is the West Texas intermediary oil standard. I believe they can do without the Nigerian oil. And other goods that they cannot do are basically agricultural goods, or maybe if we are to add value to the chain, they can do without most of the agricultural goods that if we invest much more in that angle, we can be able to meet with that, and the competitiveness will be quite good. But aside from that, one of the key things that really is affecting us is that affecting our competitiveness is the financing, logistic, power cost, certification, and meeting standard with the US, standardization. And in Nigeria, the government have no interest in making sure that they supported the business sector in making sure that we meet up with the standardization, or US start recognizing Nigerian standards and making sure that we are meeting with the certifications. And again, we need to encourage exporters to be forming consortium and making sure that, okay, if we form a consortium and we get one company that we could be exporting through that company, so that the single company or 2 or 3 companies in Nigeria will make sure that every standardization in the US across oil and gas, minerals, metals, and agricultural commodities, they are meeting with all the certifications. Then it could be quite helpful, whereby it's going to be very easy to be pumping goods, because it's very surprising that in 2024, in the first 11 months of 2024, we are the winners. We export more to US than US export to Nigeria. And if you fast forward to 2025, the difference is almost like $1.4 billion. And it's not okay. It's not okay. Even though we are distracted with a lot of internal politics and other things, if these things continue, it resulted in a bigger crisis that Nigerian government could not be able to hold on. Because if Nigeria keep exporting less to US, it will affect our dollar inflows. And if it affects dollar inflows, we'll keep pressuring Naira. And if Naira is pressured enough, it will result with a lot of FX crisis. And if there is FX crisis, what we are afraid of, what the Nigerian government is keep talking about, this, the pseudo stability that the Nigerian government is talking about, will be crushed. And we see dollar going to anything 2,000 plus per 2,000 Naira per dollar.
Do you think Nigeria is, overly exposed to external policy decisions because its export is too little value-added product?
Yes, because we have a lot of issues when it comes to access to resources. And that access to resources affect our industries. And most of the people that are into production are SMEs. And big corporations, they largely don't invest in anything industrial. They invest in capital markets, they invest in bonds, they invest in all those things that happen in the financial sector. And of recent, the high volume of investment in the real estate. Not even to talk of construction, whereby if they invest, the investment in construction is very high. We see a lot of jobs. We see a lot of people getting much bigger opportunities. And we end up even start thinking of local alternatives for construction goods. So the major concern is not even value addition. It's making sure that we are prepared to compete internationally. Even though the interest of a lot of, if you look by the interests of the Tinubu administration, you can see that we are trying to build a trading hub whereby Nigeria is serving as a distribution point to most of the West African countries. We are not trying to build ourselves as a manufacturing hub. Of recent, you can see the commercial investment partnership. You can see the ongoing security and economic negotiation going on between US and Nigeria. You can see a lot of strategic arrangement, even though of recent, in the last 2 weeks, or in the first months of this year, we have seen a lot of interest of the presidency in diversification. And that is what resulted in the recent visit of Nigerian president to Turkey. But the key thing is, we need to make sure that we immune ourselves to a lot of global geopolitical shocks because it affects us. Because if we are exporting raw materials, we can't immune ourselves from geopolitics and we don't have control over pricing. But if we export value, a finished goods, then we have a table to negotiate the price. And if there is any financial shock or geopolitical shocks, it won't affect us much. And we are exporting something that probably US can do without. So we are not that intentional locally. And if you check very well, a lot of factories are closing. Probably the government will, the minute we start talking about a lot of factories are closing, the presidency will just start doing their fire brigade approach and attack dogs mechanism, whereby the media offices will start coming out. Instead of they give us data, they start taking it personal and they start basketing all sorts of attack dogs media initiatives instead of presenting data. And likewise, we are talking about, okay, ask yourself, in the last 3 years, nobody asks how Nigerians are doing. And it's a time bomb. And that is why we are facing a lot of insecurity, a lot of challenges. Because let's talk of Naira, change of Naira notes, subsidy removal, Naira devaluation, and a lot of, and as we speak, you know, the new insurance, not even to talk about the new tax regime. We have a new insurance policy in town that is about to come into existence. And that policy development going in the insurance, it will affect our exports. Because a lot of maritime insurance and a lot of things will affect both export and imports. And not even to talk about our custom.
Yeah, I hear you, Mr. Hamed. So what does this widening trade imbalance mean for the Nigerian FX earnings and balance of payments going into 2026?
Okay, it will make us, it will pressure Naira. Because when this imbalance trend continue to even, let's say, the end of the first quarter of 2026, it will result in a disaster whereby the Naira is pressured and there is nothing that the Nigerian government will do to stop dollar to reach 2,000 Naira per dollar. There is nothing if this trend continue. If this trend continue, it will result like our dollar inflow will slow and the demand for dollar will increase because most of our tradings we do outside, most of our trading, even in Europe, in Asia, we do it with dollar. Even with China, we do it with dollar. That will result with the high demand of dollar and there is little or no dollar inflows, and that will result with Naira getting pressured. And when Naira gets pressured, it will result in seeing that the price of a dollar to Naira skyrocketed and keep rising, whereby we'll be trading a dollar, a single dollar, for almost 2,000, let me say 2,300 or thereabouts. Because you know, we have a lot of issues with Bureau de Change in the first days of this administration. And the Bureau de Change people, they lost a lot. Most of the elite Bureau de Change firms, they have backloads of dollars that they don't know what to do with it. And they are still holding it. And if they're still holding it and they are not giving it out, releasing it out, it will result that there is no coping mechanism than to allow the Naira to plot. Because Nigerian government, as we speak today, they don't have money to subsidize FX. They have zero money to subsidize dollar, because Tinubu administration is already, this year is a year of capital projects, because only these capital projects will give them a collateral for re-election. And they are all intentional about it. They are all intentional. If you have followed the political mastermind of APC, which is in person of the Super Minister Nat Musawa, this is the language he has been speaking. And this capital project will consume a lot of money, and there is nowhere to get that money. Even the new tax regime will not produce that money. So it's only allowed Naira to be floated. And when Naira be floated, it must reach 2,000 plus, because the influence is down. So Nigerian government should find way to make sure that this trade imbalance between Nigeria and US is curtailed. If not, we are going for FX or currency crisis by the end of the first quarter of 2026.
So, do you know, are Nigerian exporters being priced out of the US market, or are structural issues at home the bigger problem?
Yeah, they are not priced out. It's just structural issues internally, because I keep talking about the US standard when it comes to exports. We cannot export if we are not meeting with that US standards. US exporters are finding it very easy to meet Nigerian standards. And Nigerian government and exporters are not coming together to say, okay, exporters are talking to Nigerian government. We find it very difficult to meet with the standardization policies and certification of the US. Can you help us? Then the Nigerian government can engage its experts, its people, to help them meet with their certifications and standardization, or even negotiate it. Since now we are negotiating with US across board, both security, economics, and commerce. We are even in trade and service. I think it's just recent last week we are talking about commercial investment partnership. So we have access to US decision makers. Let's start throwing some clauses around recognition of Nigerian standard by the US and Nigerian certifications. And that will result in meeting with the demands of the US certification and standardization. And that will result in a lot of export and also predictability. A lot of our exporters are struggling with instability and lack of predictability of government policies, because we lack alignment. Our monetary policies by Cardoso and his team, they are doing something different. Our Minister of Trade and Investment are doing differently. Our Minister of Finance, they are masterminding monetary policy and fiscal policy in a different class. Our business associations and labor unions are doing something different. So there is absence of alignment, and that resulted that we could not be able to be competitive. And this imbalance will continue, because the issue with Nigerian exporters is not about pricing out or about cost or about money. It's about that standards, certifications, and even power costs, shipping arrangement, and a lot of things. That is it. And internally, even the technical know-how, the workforce around the production, even the crude oil, both onshore, offshore, there is a lot of concern. The technical workforce, they are aging, and there is no new people replacing them, and that reduces the rates of production. Across, I'm talking about not only upstream or midstream, even the downstream, we are having concern. We are talking of refinery, Dangote and the likes. But think of the companies operating in Nigeria and how all those things are going on. We have Repsol, we have Shell, we have ExxonMobil, and all those people, they have confidence, they have network. Let's even talk about marketing of this crude oil if we are intentional about expanding and diversifying. We have aging oil marketers. You hardly find someone who is under 40 in the oil marketing sector. We are not talking about other things, or even people who custom agent who specialize in oil or oil shipments. So we are having concern about that. And even the diversification, this trade imbalance we are talking about, we need to find a way to be added value, which is our area of strength is agro-processing. We talk about cocoa and sesame and something that US companies, they cannot do without. And even wheat, our land can produce wheat, and we can invest in supporting our farmers. Get serious with that. And that could help to balance it. But if we keep relying on oil, on our dollar inflows, it will really affect this trade imbalance because US can live and can do well without Nigerian oil. And a lot of our refiners in Spain, in France, in Netherlands, even in Turkey, all these refiners in Malta, they can do without us.
Right, thank you so much for your time on the Business Morning Show. Mr. Sanusi Ahmed is a principal of Trade Media Company. It was really good to have you on the Business Morning Show.
Okay, thank you for having me, Deborah. And I believe our trade diplomats will really get back to work and make sure that we do the right thing because trade diplomats or our negotiators or whatever we are negotiating should be transaction driving, not optics driving. And at this moment, this is our best moment to make sure that we make it transaction driving than optics or basic or any ceremonials. Because we need to get Nigerians back to work. We need to create a lot of jobs for Nigerians.
All right, thank you very much, Musa. It was really good to have you. And that's been our focus today on Business Morning. We looked at policy shock after policy shock, how businesses are coping with uncertainty, and we also looked at trade inflow in 2026, what Nigeria must do as US exports jump and Nigerian shipments fall. And of course, the Breakfast Show continues with a big story after this break. I am Deborah Eze. Just stay tuned.
Welcome. Let's discuss leading through AI and technological disruption. Technology has always changed how organizations operate. But the current wave, led by AI and automation, is changing something deeper. How leaders must think. The temptation is to treat AI as a technical project, something for IT or a task force or a vendor. But the most important questions are not technical. They are leadership questions. What work will still require distinctly human judgment? How will we redesign roles so that people are not competing with technology, but amplified by it? What ethical lines will we not cross, even if crossing them appears profitable? How will we prepare our teams, not just with skills, but with the mindset required for constant change? You can delegate tools and implementation. You cannot delegate the values, the boundaries, and the direction. In my conversations with senior leaders, those who navigate technological disruption well do one thing consistently. They take time to think slowly about the long-term implications before acting quickly. They ask, how will this technology change the way our customers live, decide, and trust? How will it change the way our people experience work? What kind of organization are we becoming if we fully embrace this? AI will not replace leaders, but it will expose the difference between leaders who think deeply and those who simply react. In seasons like this, your task is not just to adopt new tools. It is to provide the kind of steady, thoughtful leadership that gives your people confidence in the future you are building together.
Information it is rare. Business Day Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. Business Day Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond. From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you. We go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture. Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses. We're telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was plenty of demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and you know.
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
For many years, we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So
but as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that in the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
So the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end.
We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. By eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and start to take up more projects in the upstream industries.
Stay ahead with Business Day Mobile, your gateway to Nigeria's most trusted business news, market insights, and expert analysis. With a Business Day Mobile app, you'll enjoy more than just news. You gain a seamless, intuitive platform designed to keep you informed and empowered. From exclusive articles to in-depth market trends, the app delivers the stories that matter most. Why BusinessDay Mobile? For premium access, for a clean, responsive design, for a smarter navigation, for customizable alarm, and for all-in-one business hub. Whether you're a business leader, investor, policymaker, or enthusiast, BusinessDay Mobile brings you closer to the insights shaping Nigeria's business landscape. Download today and put authoritative business journalism right at your fingertips, anytime, anywhere.
It was a fire incident. Fifth floor got fire around after 4 on the 24th of December 2025. So, but the marketers, the community itself, we tried all we could, but it's escalated to the other floors. So the moment we are still trying to know the cause of the fire, we don't know the cause. About 8 people has been rescued. On the same day, some were rescued. One woman, Iyanu, died on the spot. Iyanu died on the spot, but one of our brother was rescued. 3 other guys, and after 3 other people were rescued as well. We can't ascertain the number of people that were trapped in there, but people are still there. That's what we know. But some people have been rescued. About 4 or 5 people were rescued, in which one of the community members and the marketers were rescued. So Iyanu died on the spot. The first death that we recovered was Iyanu. So that was all. People tried all they could, but what last time I was telling us is the building is not safe for anybody to go in there. So it's hard for them to rescue to even take out the cops in there, because we know some people were dead. They were dead already. The next step the government can do now is to bring down the building. That's what they can do to help us now. The government said it is coming down. We know it's coming down, but they should make it fast, because look at what is going on now. Nobody can operate their businesses. So that nobody can operate their business. So they should please do it faster.
Due to the fire outbreak, they told us that they need some extensions to be removed, so as whenever the building is going to collapse, it's not going to affect plazas. But sincerely, it started on Sunday. We didn't get the memo on time. So it was on Sunday we saw the videos being posted in the group. So a lot of us started coming. Monday they said demolishing shops behind, like at the back of my plazas. As on the 24th we came to pack our things. Then after Christmas we brought them back. As we speak, my goods are stocked in there. There's nothing I can do at the moment. The information I got this morning when I got here is that they are saying that in the next 3 weeks, 2 to 3 weeks, we'll be able to access our plaza. But for now, there's no access. Sincerely, I can't even pinpoint anything that started. But I heard it was a Lister that started the fire. But I'm not certain. Because their Lister is downstairs. So we don't even know what happened. What caused the fire? We're just hearing hearsay. So there's nothing we know about it. Governor Sanwo-Olu said till they get that building down, there's nothing we can do at the moment. We cannot make sales. I understand it's for our own good, but please, they should even allow us to take out some goods and squat with other persons that their buildings are open prior to the time it gets our plazas are opened. Because we cannot stay since 24th till now. I have not rested. I have not sold anything. Then I'm out of cash and I have goods to sell. I cannot sell. So please, Governor Sanwo-Olu, if you can help us with giving us time to come and pick up our items, few of our items that we can use to guide ourselves prior to the time our plazas are open, it will be good and fair enough for us.
It was a fire incident. 5th floor got fire around after 4 on the 24th of December 2025. So, but the marketers, the community itself, we tried all we could, but it's escalated to the other floors. So the moment we are still trying to know the cause of the fire, we don't know the cause. About 8 people has been rescued. On the same day, Some were rescued. Some one woman, Iyanu, died on the spot. Iyanu died on the spot. But one of our brother was rescued. 3 other guys, and after 3 other people were rescued as well. We can't ascertain the number of people that were trapped in there, but people are still there. That's what we know. But some people have been rescued. About 4 or 5 people were rescued, in which one of the community members and the marketers were rescued. So Iyanu died on the spot. The first death that we recovered was Iyanu. So that was all. People tried all they could, but what last time I was telling us is the building is not safe for anybody to go in there. So it's hard for them to rescue to even take out the cops in there, because we know some people were dead. They were dead already. The next step the government can do now is to bring down the building. That's what they can do to help us now. The governor said it is coming down. We know it's coming down, but they should make it fast, because look at what is going on now. Nobody can operate their businesses. So that nobody can operate their business. So they should please do it faster.
Due to the fire outbreak, they told us that they need some extensions to be removed, so as whenever the building is going to collapse, it's not going to affect plazas. But sincerely, it started on Sunday. We didn't get the memo on time. So it was on Sunday we saw the videos being posted in the group. So a lot of us started coming. Monday they said demolishing shops behind, like at the back of my plazas. As on the 24th we came to pack our things. Then after Christmas we brought them back. As we speak, my goods are stocked in there. There's nothing I can do at the moment. The information I got this morning when I got here is that they are saying that in the next 3 weeks, 2 to 3 weeks, we'll be able to access our plaza. But for now, there's no access. Sincerely, I can't even pinpoint anything that started. But I heard it was a Lister that started the fire. But I'm not certain. Because their Lister is downstairs. So we don't even know what happened. What caused the fire? We're just hearing hearsay. So there's nothing we know about it. Governor Sanwo-Olu said till they get that building down, there's nothing we can do at the moment. We cannot make sales. I understand it's for our own good, but please, they should even allow us to take out some goods and squat with other persons that their buildings are open prior to the time it gets our plazas are opened. Because we cannot stay since 24th till now. I have not rested. I have not sold anything. When I'm out of cash and I have goods to sell, I cannot sell. So please, Governor Sanwo-Olu, if you can help us with giving us time to come and pick up our items, few of our items that we can use to guide ourselves prior to the time our plazas are open, it will be good and fair enough for us.
It was a fire incident. 5th floor got fire around after 4.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Balata.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Musef.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shade of doubt.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Balata.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Musef.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shade of doubt.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Musef.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shade of doubt.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Musef.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shade of doubt.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Nigeria's electricity subsidy system is being overhauled as the federal government moves to cut a fiscal burden estimated at nearly 2 trillion naira a year. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu's directive signals a major shift in how power is priced and who ultimately bears the cost. The government argues a subsidy reform is necessary to stabilize public finances and fix a broken power market. But as tariffs rise, Nigerians are asking a harder question. Will this finally improve electricity or simply make power more expensive without better service? Well, to break out this conversation this morning, I have joining me, of course, Business Day's energy correspondent Ibrahim Abubakar. He joins us this morning on The Big Story. Thank you for joining us, Ibrahim.
It's so good to be here, Elizabeth.
Good to have you this morning. Ibrahim, talk to us. Why has Nigeria's electricity subsidy bill grown to nearly 2 trillion naira? And what would you say triggered this latest government move?
Okay, so let's take it from your first question, which is what triggered the electricity subsidy. You know, in a country of over 250, 60 million people, not everyone is economically viable to pay for electricity. And if you look at the history of Nigeria from where we're coming from, when we had NEPA, it used to be a government-owned agency all through the value chain from the generation to transmission to distribution used to be just the federal government. And then these things were subsidized. It comes very cheap. Many Nigerians, especially the older generation, had felt that power is just what the government is ought to, made available to its citizens. But since 2013, where the GenCo generating plants and also the distribution arm of this value chain was privatized, Nigerians are still not getting the hold onto the fact that, electricity is an utility that we need to pay for. The same way we buy a bottle of water out there, the same way we get recharge card. That's the same way we pay for electricity when you use it. Now, we are not talking about the economic prowess of the people, where we have more than 50% of the people in abject poverty, according to the NBS, more than 50%. And this means that not many will be able to pay. Yeah. This also means that in as much as we have these people, not all of them are using electricity to some extent where they consume high, the demand is very high. So I'm talking about people who cannot economically even eat 3 times in a day, who probably just need electricity to charge their smartphone, charge to power their fan, and all of that. So subsidy comes in the form of, okay, let's try to alleviate some of this burden on these people. Yeah. So the same thing with the oil subsidy, the fuel subsidy. So let's try to alleviate a form of the issues that the people are going through. If we can even take a little bit of what they are consuming away from them in terms of their payment, then we can, they can focus on other things. So I feel like that is the basic foundation of the introduction of subsidy into the electricity sector. Then, now bringing it to where we are now, the reason why the federal government has said, we don't want to pay wholly for everything that we are subsidizing anymore. The state and local government should also take a bite out of this national cake. The Electricity Act 2023 made room for all of this. So in case someone wants to ask, is it even legal? It is very, very legal, because there is nothing in the Constitution that speaks to electricity subsidy for the Nigerian people. However, the Electricity Act of 2023 has made room for it. And if you look at the section 117, it is specifically clarify what should happen, who should pay what. So the federal government now comes to say, we are sharing this thing across board, states, local government, and ourselves who will taking charge of all this subsidy. It's legal. It is in this it is in the Act, not Constitution. And why is this happening? Is because there's been debt across value chain. GenCos, that's generating companies, are being held. These codes are not able to also collect their billing effectively. So it's an encompassing problem. It's a very huge one. And if you look at the data, Nigeria paid 1.98 trillion in subsidy last year for 2025. 1.98, that's almost 2 trillion naira for a country where our budget is normally between 30, 50 trillion naira yearly. And you are owing or you're paying subsidy to the tune of 2 trillion naira. So it is not really feasible for the federal government anymore. They need to find a way around also putting some of this fund into something very very economically viable to also drive the progress of the country. So that is the basic of where subsidy comes from and why the federal government is doing what it's doing right now at this very point.
Terms, Ibrahim, how much fiscal relief could this reform bring? Would you say that the government should prioritize? What exactly would you say the government should prioritize with the savings?
So I'll say the government should prioritize, first of all, paying the debt owed to players in that value chain, that's the Gencos, the Discos, and also invest in the sector. We've had two national grid collapse between January and now. As a matter of fact, the two collapse happened in January, 4 or 5 days apart. So you'd expect that, okay, if they're no longer paying subsidy to the tune of 1.98 as the FG, the bulk of the other fund that they are releasing from what they're supposed to pay as subsidy should be, first of all, focus channel towards paying the debt or to Gencos. Then secondly, now investing in upgrading and also uplifting the power sector. So because if private investors see that, oh, we can come in and play in this sector and everything is in order, it will also spur their interest in coming into Nigeria. Yeah. So you expect the FG to put in the work as possible to place the savings from this electricity subsidy into improving the power sector across value chain so that nobody is left behind. We've had conversations about metering, we've had conversation about the grid, we've had conversation about generation. It's a whole lot of problem challenges that needs to be sorted. So you expect savings from that, from what is going on right now, from this latest development, to be channeled towards improving the sector. Yes.
Who stands to benefit most from a subsidy-free or cost-reflective tariff system? Is it the power companies, the investors, or some consumers?
It's cut across, yeah. So in some cases, if you look at it from some angles, it's a win-win situation because then, for one, the federal government no longer paying the 1.982 trillion naira anymore. Yeah, so it means they've also passed that amount to state and local governments to share in that burden. That means that and now some other things that are very important. For the value chain, in terms of the Gencos and the Discos, it also helped them, in revenue generation, bill collection, and also effectiveness. Yeah. So because if you're not paying subsidy as high as 1.98 anymore, it means that you are now allowing cost reflectiveness to happen in the sector. It means that you are now focusing more on efficiency than subsidizing what we can't see. Then for the Nigerian people too, is a win-win in the sense that you get your metering, the smart metering, you are not paying for what you are not consuming. So if you're not paying for what you're not consuming, automatically there's no subsidy to be paid. Yeah. So if you do not have power for say for a month and you're using a smart meter, that means you're not paying nothing for a month. You're not paying anything to anyone for a month. So it brings about transparency to some extent. If you look at what we've seen in the oil sector, for example, when the subsidy was removed, for some months, we still had the subsidy here, but it was gradually reduced to the point where last December, you and I could attest to the fact that there was no queue at the pump last December. And that was literally like the first time in a long time where you won't be seeing fuel queue at the pump during the festive period. So the same thing cut across the electricity sector, where the subsidy is reduced to a stage where we can't even pay for subsidy anymore, or we're no longer paying for subsidy anymore. We'll be prioritizing efficiency and effectiveness above whatever it is that we're doing right now. So it's a win-win for everybody in the sector. Probably people or the parties that will feel like, oh, this is a body, this is a problem, will now be the state and the local government. Now that they are also part of paying subsidy now. So everyone will tighten their belts and see that effectiveness and efficiency is the order of the day.
You said something that struck me. You said it's a win-win for everyone in the sector, and you also said it's a win-win for Nigerians. So who then are the likely losers, especially among low-income households and small businesses? Are you saying there are no likely losers?
So again, politically, the government across the board now, FG, state, and local, there's a thing it does to their political ambitions. Yeah, it's like you're saying you are no longer, if you're paying 100 naira before for a Nigerian, and now you're saying you don't want to pay that anymore. It might want to weaken their chances at the poll. And next year, 2027 is just by the corner. Before you know it, we're having campaigns here and there. And these are some of the things that political opposition might want to use, irrespective of how good it is in the long run, how effective it is in the long run. In the short run, they might be battered with this development. So if you look at it politically, yes, negatively for politicians, because then for states and local governments, you were not paying before. You were not anything electricity subsidy was not even in the core of your plans. Now in 2026, the FG is saying that both states and local governments will be part of it, since there's an Electricity Act that made this happen in 2023. So those parties too, now the local and the state, will also be the likely losers politically, because you're telling the people in your region that, oh, we can't subsidize for you guys. You should pay the cost of what you consume as you've consumed it. You understand? So to the average Nigerian that don't understand these things, it will be a negative for the politicians, for each state that is concerned, and even the FG.
Ibrahim, we've lost your audio. Could you please check that? We've lost your audio.
Can you hear me now?
Please go ahead.
All right. So I was saying that politically it's negative to the politicians, especially as we have 2027 around the corner, and general elections around the corner in 2027. And then, but if you look at those are likely the people that will be in the losing end. Some of these politicians will be affected, because now it's no longer just the federal government that will be affected. We're now bringing on board the state and local government. So if you say in your local government area, you cannot pay subsidy for your people, in your state, you cannot pay subsidy for your people, then the people who do not understand how this thing works might just feel like you don't care about them. Yeah, and if you have the political opposition who wants to capitalize on this, there is a problem to the politicians that is currently on board, that is currently in charge of each local government or state in the country. So politically, yes, it is negative, but if you look at the value chain, the industry as a whole is a win-win for everyone. It is a win-win for everyone. You could remember what happened when you did the first subsidy in 2012.
Ibrahim, speaking of politicians, you mentioned politicians, that this could be have negative impact for them. Let's talk about Nigerians who often pay more without seeing better services. Are there any guarantees existing that higher tariffs will actually translate into improved electricity supply for Nigerians?
I won't say there are guarantees, but I feel like we should take it one step at a time. What are we seeing in the value chain? We've seen the Minister of Power come some weeks before a day before the first Great National Grid collapse, where he was commissioning or more receiving some meters that was imported into the country. Papa was there, and then we could see some meters coming in. The question there will be the deployment of these meters. How fast will it get to the consumers? How fast will it get to the households across board? We have over 12 million registered customers across board for metering, and there are about 5-6 million has been metered. So we have over 50%, almost 50% of the value chain or of the consumers still not metered yet. Then that brings about the question: if you're saying cost effectiveness, if you're saying the tariff should be what you are consuming, then how are you measuring these things? If I don't have a meter, if I don't have a smart meter, I beg your pardon. So you need a smart meter across board, each household, each customer, so that they can know what they are consuming and they can pay what they are consuming. Yeah, we are at a stage where you necessarily don't even have to walk into any discourse office. At home, you are subscribing to get electricity. So you subscribe to get electricity, you consume your electricity, you pay again if you need more, or you don't pay if you cannot afford it. Now, if you cannot afford it, there are some mechanisms we call energy management, some things that you need to switch off, some things that you need to keep on. For example, what if you're not using your laptop and it's not working for you, or it's charged while you still plugging it in? Yeah. If your air, the atmosphere is cold enough while you still switching on your AC, if you understand. So if you want to go to bed, why is your lights on? You manage these things so that we can also imbibe that culture. You go outside the country, you see these things happen where there is a 24-hour electricity across board in those countries. However, you see where you go to an apartment and there's no light there. The apartment itself has lights, but the residents of the apartment are switching off some things. So we also need to imbibe the culture of advocacy, energy management across board. So it's a whole lot of challenges that needs to be broken down piece by piece. First of all, we need to meter all of the customers across board in the country. When we meter these people, then we teach them, we advocate to them how they can manage their electricity, the energy they consume, so they can also save something in terms of their finances. Yeah. Then we can also then talk about making 24-hour electricity available. First, we have issues around distribution and generation. We're literally distributing somewhere around 4,000 or 5,000 megawatts per day for a country of over 250, 260 million people. That's a problem. South Africa, with nothing less than 60 million people, more than 60 million people, has over 50,000 megawatts, and they still have electricity issues, challenges. Now, you compare that to Nigeria that has over 260 million people and 5,000 megawatts. So it's a problem. It's a very big problem.
I just have to come in here. So sorry, because we have to go. What lessons can Nigeria actually learn from other countries that have attempted similar electricity subsidy reforms? I mean, you mentioned South Africa and, their electricity and, they still have load shedding and all of that. But just speaking in general, just from the work you've been doing so far, so good, what lessons can Nigeria draw from other countries that might have attempted similar electricity subsidy reforms?
The opinion that we need to first of all make sure that everything we need from the private and government and are made available to the citizen before it's a cost effectiveness. You look at what happened last in April, where Band A was introduced, Band B and all of that. And now we're in 2026, where we are not having issues around Band A. Band A customers are now saying we are not even getting up to that 18 hours as you promised. So that's a problem. You introduce cost effectiveness, but you've not made available all of the things that this Band A customer needs. Your own side of the agreement were not met. So we should probably, possibly increase the public trust in the government and also the private sector. So I'd say, from my experience, that we need to first of all improve on the equipment, improve on the grid, improve on generation, improve on transmission, improved on all of the value chain before it gets to the consumer. Then, only then can you say, okay, let's raise this into what it's supposed to be. Customers has been metered, you pay what you consume. Then I will be glad to pay if I consume as much, because you won't be charging me estimated billings. Yeah, I've lived in an apartment where the meters are not smart meters. I've lived in an apartment where the discos just come with a bill and they tell you this is what you consumed. I can't track it. They can only tell me what I consume. That's not transparency. So this across board is a problem. So I'd say for our government officials, for the value chain, the parties in the value chain, from Gencos, Discos, who likely have been outside the country, have seen what their partners or their contemporaries are doing outside of the country, should bring it back home and emulate. Just be bring money. The revenue of the Discos are improving. However, the debt of the Gencos are improving too. So it's a problem. It's more like an inverse relationship. So the parties across board need to first of all know that what is important is to make available what the people need. You make it available, then you charge the people what you are offering them. You charge them the cost-effective tariff, they'll pay gladly. If I can't afford it, I'll manage my costs.
Right. Thank you very much, Ibrahim Abubakar, Business Day Energy correspondent. Thank you so much for the work you do. Enjoy the rest of your day. Big story right here on Business Day Television. Up next is Social Listening. Do stay with us.
Meet Monica, your all-in-one financial solution. Convert crypto to Naira at juicy rates anytime, anywhere. Enjoy fast withdrawals straight to your bank. Buy airtime, data, and pay bills in seconds. No stress, no delays. Just seamless transactions. Monica, the smarter way to move your money. Download now.
Okay now, dependable insurance. After God, you are the next insurance. See as the boys the Allah, all the ladies the Allah. Insure your car protection from accidents. Unforeseen loss, you can see them. Mistakes are meant to happen. If you don't jam the car, they'll jam yours. Will you beat them? Ah yes, you will get them arrested. Your plans for that day is affected. You waste your money, you waste energy. With AXA, you can be protected.
Get the protection that pays today. Call 0700 AXA Mansa to get a motor insurance that pays.
At Stanbic IBTC, we are here to help you grow with financing that helps you expand, expert knowledge across 20 African markets, trade solutions that open doors to 195 countries globally, and an online banking platform that works hard, because with us, there's possible, then there's more. Visit www.stanbicibtcbank.com/business for more. Stanbic IBTC.
True strength. What defines it? The brilliance of a player? Or when a team comes together to win? A solo beat? Or the rhythm of many? The flair of one dancer? Or the art of a troupe? One distinct voice, or the beauty of the symphony. At FCMB Group, we build ecosystems, empower communities, and create the future. Because we believe it's not just one, but the power of the group that delivers the future we all desire. FCMB, the power of the group.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Balata.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Musef.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day Television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shade of doubt.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shade of doubt.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shade of doubt.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shade of doubt.
You're still watching the Business Day Television Breakfast Show, and this is Social Listening. I remain Elizabeth Musa.
And I am Destiny Momo.
Absolutely. Our first conversation this morning is one that is quite shocking. It's a footage showing Lagos highway officials dumping waste into the lagoon from the Third Mainland Bridge toward Shoki. Now, this video, which has gone viral across social media, sparked mixed reaction, with many calling on the Lagos state government to address this issue. Responding to this call, Tokunbo Wahab, who is the current Commissioner for Environment and Water Resources, said internal actions has been taken. Well, that one is on the social media space, you know, talking about workers dumping refuse from Third Mainland Bridge into the lagoon. But let's even talk about the bigger issue here. It's not even just the Third Mainland, the dumping of refuse into the lagoon. It's the dumping of refuse everywhere all around our city. We're talking about keeping the city clean. This city is dirty. I know there's a report on the pipeline, Destiny, that
Of course. I'm actually really working on,
and I'm really looking forward to that one.
Yes, Lagos is actually a mega city. It's not a city where you just dump anything. How do people even feel when they take things, out of the vehicle and try to just place it on the ground?
Makes sense.
Even without, what they call what again, indiscipline and corruption, as a person, how do you feel, doing
People
that?
sweep from their houses, homes, and then they throw it on the streets.
On the streets.
It's ridiculous.
It doesn't make sense. Okay, there was a time that, I actually was on board a public vehicle, and then somebody just actually finished the bottled water, and then the person put it by his corner. And then the driver was like, I bet you that's not throw it where? Do you get? It's not right. It's also right for public vehicles to actually have that little basket that people can throw trash, because if these things are being taken serious, you never know. If you stop people from throwing trash, the city can be a whole lot cleaner.
Well, let's take a look at the conversation on social media, and with respect to this one on of throwing refuse into the lagoon. I mean, this lagoon is where some people fish and do all sorts of things. So this is from Sikh Foundation. It says, this is why Nigerians struggle to take environmental laws seriously, when the same system meant to protect public spaces is allegedly the one destroying them. Who exactly should the citizens obey? We find street traders for littering, yet look away when uniforms do worse in broad daylight. So if this footage is real, then this isn't ignorance, it's hypocrisy. There's a lot of things in that story, but I get the point of what that person is saying. It's really about just how we approach, just keeping the city clean. Oluwaseun Omomi says that's just an example of who we really are. These same people will come and tell us that Nigeria is not moving forward. Meanwhile, they are part of the problem in the country. Exactly. Do we have more reactions to this conversation on social media? That's a tweet from Redefining Movement in Humanity, Alagba E007. It says, oh, wow. Employing workers require training and orientation on their functions and the environment. They must have waited for long, but no evacuation plan in sight. So the usual easy way out is the lagoon. Jesus.
The lagoon is actually really suffering. Lagoon everywhere. That's why I say water is deep. The river is deep. And then you find out in some places they actually use the lagoon as their sewage, as where they do the number two. It's not right. It is not right in whatever way you want to look at it. Whether the lagoon, whether on dry land, throwing trash up and about, it's a total indiscipline. And if everybody keeps doing that, there's no city that will be clean. Why do we need to give a fine or do a fine for people to keep their environment clean? It's just like, everything starts from your home. Do you just take pure water and trash it in your sitting room? Without having to, or do you allow your children to do the same? And then it now gets to the society, and everybody do the wrong thing, right? Now, because this is actually coming from Lagos State workers that are supposed to actually, not do this. That's why it is news. Yes, it's news. It doesn't feel right. Even if nobody is telling you anything, it doesn't feel right.
It's not right.
No. Apart from the fact that it doesn't, I'm just saying, apart from the fact that it's not right, you as an individual doing it, does it feel right within you? It doesn't. Because our conscience will definitely let us know, because we already know what is good and what is bad.
Absolutely. It's really sad to see that happening. And when you look at other countries, even smaller countries than in comparison to Nigeria, think about Mauritius, think about the Seychelles with the lovely blue waters and how they are taking advantage of it for tourism.
Exactly.
You wonder why with all of this mass of water that we have, the Atlantic, the lagoon,
we don't have a good tourism.
We don't even have good tourism, because you're thinking of things like this. Look at the lagoon should be some sort of
maintenance. Maintenance has a big role to play in all of these.
If you're a tourist and in that water, and then you're on a speedboat where the water splashes into your boat, and then it's poop water that is splashing into it. It just takes away takes away
it
from
doesn't
it.
feel right. In most of our waters, you find a lot of iron, like maybe from dented ships, still under the sea. If they don't dredge these things, it will not be attractive. A whole lot of things that are not supposed to be under our waters are still there because our waters lack the dredging system. It is not supposed to be that way. It's not all about, agreeing to be heading the blue economy. It's about actually maintaining it for also tourism attraction and tourism benefits.
Absolutely. Well, let's move on now away from that conversation and speak on another thing trending this morning, and it's the return of popular Twitch streamer and internet personality Kai Cenat, who has come to Lagos, making it his second visit to Nigeria amid renewed attention on his long-promised school project. Now, for the young people who know Kai Cenat, it's quite popular. It's a popular American streamer. He arrived at the Murtala Mohammed International Airport on Wednesday, which was yesterday, and was welcomed with a band performance, sparking immediate buzz across social media. This visit comes nearly a year after his first trip to Nigeria, during which he pledged $5 million to build a school for children in Makoko, the waterfront community often described as Lagos's floating storm. So today we're talking a lot about water. Now, following that pledge, the project encountered delays linked to land acquisition and regulatory approvals in Makoko due to the area's unique floating structures. Plans were later adjusted with the proposed school site moved to Yaba, which is a more stable part of Lagos. I was going to say that certainly it was definitely going to experience a little bit of hiccup, especially now that Makoko has been demolished with the demolition and all of that. So hopefully it will benefit students in Yaba, which also is a stable place, and it's also in the heart of Lagos. You know, I like Yaba because it's central. It's in between. Crossing over to the mainland and the island. So that's also a very good spot for him. And also well done to Kai Cenat for such. That's beautiful. I think Nigeria is really getting a lot of attention. See, last week we had Speed, doing on a store all around Africa, who is also a streamer, and then Kai Cenat is coming to Nigeria precisely again to do this project.
I think this Kai Cenat coming to Nigeria is actually very symbolic for him to actually come, give back, from the fact that he's popular and then he feels that he can do this, and coming back to give back to people that he feels needs this is also very, very symbolic as against the coming of the Speed guy. Speed guy actually came here, he has a popularity, but for this guy to actually promise a thing and came back to fulfill it, it goes a long way to show the kind of heart he carries as a human being.
Absolutely.
He is a proper human being, not just popular for no reason. He's popular for good reasons. And then coming back to give back to a society that is not even his. Wow. It goes a long way to show that his humanity is at its peak. I want to appreciate him for that. So at the end of the day, was he he saw the governor, right? And then he came to a conclusion that it's going to happen in Yaba, which is also a very good site, because the Makoko that he promised to do it is being demolished right now.
And that's really, for me, that's the sustainable philanthropy we talk about. Philanthropy that addresses something, some injustice in society. Injustice in society is it's different things. It's not always all about maybe killings or whatever. It's about social injustice. So these people have more or have less than the other. So we try to balance it out, to give them more opportunities, give them scholarships. So, and that's what sustainable philanthropy is, finding something that
need, so
and then sorting it out. Not just about giving people food. You eat the food today and then tomorrow they're back to square one, but giving them the means, schools, scholarship, which is fantastic. So well done to Kai. Let's see a little bit of the remarks on social media and see how Nigerians are reacting to this conversation on social media. Mr. Ola says, this is really beautiful. It's a great initiative. God bless Kai Cenat. Yeah. More of our own content creators and celebrities and influencers should also do this. Ms. Mick says this is beautiful, impact over cloud, purpose over noise. He didn't just visit, it changed lives. Exactly. Musicians should even learn from this. I mean, Gato says this is what making a difference looks like. You know, you see Whiskey, I mean, all love to these people, but they go to these slums, they go to the jail, like, go to this person, and they're throwing money on the street. And I'm like, you're throwing money on the street. I wish you could just say you're throwing dollars on the street. Then these people are scrambling to pick money.
You know,
Some
you know,
of the money even get turned.
Yeah, that's why a lot of people like the self-acclaimed, the activist, Very Dark Man, for you know, his positioning in the society, in trying to make the difference. And that's why people like Burna Boy have seen that this guy actually has the integrity thing, and that's where he can drop his money and see that it's actually used for the right cause. And I pray that, you know, the trust that people have for Very Dark Man is sustained, and the fact that he keeps that personality of trying to, I mean, do the right thing, you know. If somebody like Burna Boy can actually also give Very Dark Man 140 million naira just to see what he can use to do for people that actually need it in the society, you know, goes to show that the heart he has, right? And if every other celebrity, like you said, you know, trying to do a project or two, you know, without having to wait for government, you know, some of all the problems in the society might reduce through that means, because these are people that the society actually placed them where they are right now.
Yeah. More sustainable projects certainly will definitely go a long way, not just going to throw money on the streets of Lagos and have mutilating the naira or dollar, and so to speak, and then people are scrambling for this money, and at the end of the day they're not able to even to use it to do anything.
And you know, and there are a lot of communities, apart from the Makoko community, there are a lot of communities here in Lagos, in the slum, that actually it's dying and craving for, you know, such development. You know, there are a lot of very hidden communities. If we don't speak about it as journalists, nobody really knows.
And
There's a community called, exactly, there's a community called Ogogoro community.
Really?
Still on the riverine access here in Lagos.
Where exactly, sir?
Because I'm not so good with the areas, but if you find out, if you try to Google it out, you find out that they exist. These are fishermen also here in Lagos, Nigeria, and a whole lot of communities that are dying and craving for development, or one touch or the other. And we have a whole lot of celebrities throwing money around, you know, without having to touch these lives. And I'm saying that if you have the popularity and if you have the money as a celebrity, that people actually brought you to this point, try do something and emulate what
and this
very
is not
young
us
guy
saying,
has come to do.
This is not us saying don't enjoy or live your life, because as it is with most of our Nigerian influencers, because now our influencers are sort of like celebrities, as it is with them, where the next thing is to go buy the most expensive Benz.
Yeah.
Not saying buying a Benz is a problem, it's not, but also you have so much money at your disposal, so still use it to give back to this community where you're coming from. You know, you can get your Benz, no doubt, but also do something nice, not just go to one neighborhood and, you know, just give food, although there are times where it's food people just really need at that time. But let's not forget that food will solve like a problem at the moment. But if you still have more if you still have more where that money is coming back, you know, I'm seeing so many foundations. Unfortunately, some of them are using these foundations to just
self-acclaimed wealth,
to get to accrue wealth. It's not like they really have good intentions. So, I mean, create a football academy, you know, like Burna Boy, just something sustainable. So that's all I'm just going to say today. So well done to Kaisenada. Hopefully many of our own celebrities, influencers, content creators will take a cue from what he has done. But that's where we leave it this morning on the social listening segment and on the Business Day television breakfast show. Thank you so much for sticking with us from the very start up until this end. Until tomorrow, my name is Elizabeth Musa.
And I'm Destiny Mama.
Stay safe.
For many years, the NNPC Limited and First ENP joint venture operating under Petroleum Mining Leases 53 and 54 has stood out not only as an engine for energy production, but also as a committed partner to the communities that hosts its operations off the coast of Bayelsa State. Across our 11 host communities, our belief in shared prosperity is brought to life in tangible ways. Through initiatives in health, education, infrastructure, and enterprise development, as well as the Host Communities Development Trust, we are delivering programs that create real, lasting impact. One of the most transformative of these is our flagship Berkey Scholarship Program, a cornerstone of our education development pillar. Through this initiative, 51 talented and determined children from our host communities are gaining access to one of the top secondary schools in Lagos, Nigeria. For many, it is a life-changing opportunity to see a world far beyond what they once imagined.
The Becky Scholarship Scheme started out after we undertook our baseline assessment in our host communities, and we identified a huge gap in education. And one of the ways we decided to focus on education was to provide scholarship to students in the communities.
When I heard that I was the one that took first in this scholarship examination, I was happy because I know that I'm going to make my parents proud.
I that my interval scholarship, I was so happy, I don't know what to say.
If looking at it, nobody in this place for now can sponsor a daughter or a son to that place. So it's a good impact that students from Fishan community are enjoying College Lagos.
But providing world-class education is only the beginning. We created a mentorship program that pairs each student with a First ENP staff member, offering guidance, encouragement, and a steady hand throughout their academic journey.
The mentorship program has not only added to the boys and girls under the mentorship scheme, I think it has added to me as a person as well. It gives fulfillment and joy that you are able to impact someone else that is not necessarily your blood, and you can see them grow.
Because for us, these students are not statistics. They are stories. Stories of children whose dreams are now within reach, empowered to become change agents for their communities. Stories of families whose hopes for a brighter tomorrow finally feel possible. Stories of communities witnessing the power of education to transform their future.
I can remember when the first set came. Very timid, shy, unsure of what will happen, but have seen a lot of transformation.
Many of them have taken leadership positions. Many of them are good in sports.
My teachers, actually, they have changed my life in many ways, especially in my reading and writing.
Being here has helped me in different areas in my life. In my academics, I am more stronger now than before.
I want to thank First ENP for this bright opportunity because it's a very big one. It has changed so many lives.
Each child represents a spark of potential, of hope, of what tomorrow could be. And through Berkey Scholarship Program, that spark is being nurtured into a flame that can one day light up the world. We believe energy is more than natural resources. It is the drive to create opportunities. It is the power to uplift. It is the courage to build a better future. One child, one family, one community at a time.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Musef.
Think Business Day.
I know that Business Day television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shade of doubt.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Musef.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shade of doubt.
This is Business.
Good morning and welcome to the Business News Hour, reaching you live from Business Day Television. I'm Glory Brown Odibu. Thank you for joining us. Now, the headlines. Stocks post biggest gains as police market leaders unite to boost integrity. Ojulari concedes NNPC can't run refineries profitably. Also, CBN reforms, rising oil prices lift FS fortunes. National Insurance Commission warns insurance of disclosure and capital shortfalls. And lastly, First Holdco's wipe out losses as rally restocks pre-dip revaluation. Let's begin today's Business News Hour with development from Nigeria, where Nigerian equities recorded their strongest daily performance in recent sections on Wednesday, supported by improved investor confidence following renewed collaboration between the Nigerian police force and capital market authorities. The rally gained momentum after the Inspector General of Police, Kayode Egbetukun, led the closing gong ceremony at the Nigerian Exchange in Lagos, widely seen as a strong institutional endorsement of market integrity. Positive sentiment drove broad-based buying across major sectors, significantly boosting market capitalization and lifting key indices to reflect renewed optimism among domestic and foreign investors. Market capitalization rose by 1.37 trillion naira to 107.86 trillion naira, while the oil shale index advanced by 1.28%, closing at 168.18 points. Speaking at the event, Egbertokun said the partnership aims to strengthen transparency, discipline the trust, and noted that credible law enforcement is essential to curbing market abuse and sustaining long-term investment confidence. Meanwhile, in the energy sector, Bayo Ojulari, Group Chief Executive of the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited, has acknowledged that the state-owned firm lacks the capacity to operate Nigeria's refineries profitably. Speaking at an energy summit in Abuja, Ojulari admitted that despite billions of dollars spent on rehabilitation, NNPCL remains structurally ill-equipped to run efficient refining operations. He noted that Nigeria's 4 refineries with a combined capacity of 445,000 barrels per day have delivered negligible output over decades, forcing Africa's largest oil producers to rely heavily on fuel imports. Ojulari attributed the challenge to a poor understanding of refineries' economics, explaining that past efforts focused on financing and construction rather than long-term operational excellence. Following persistent losses and political pressure, NNPCL has now shifted strategy with its broad approving partnership with experienced global refinery operators rather than short-term contractors. And moving on to the foreign exchange market, Nigerian foreign exchange outlook is improving as central bank reforms, combined with rising global oil prices, strengthen the naira, lift external reserves, and restore confidence in the FX market. Brent crude is trading above the federal government's 2026 budget benchmark, hovering around $69 per barrel. This development strengthens Nigeria's near-term revenue outlook, bolsters dollar inflows, and elevates pressures on the country's external reserves. Additionally, supply outages in Kazakhstan and weather-related disruptions in the United States have further tightened short-term supply, reinforcing upward momentum in crude prices. For Nigeria, higher oil earnings are significant, given oil dominance in FS inflows. Analysts, however, stress that sustained FS stability depends on disciplined policy and effective market reforms, not oil prices alone. And turning to the insurance sector, the National Insurance Commission has raised concerns over weak financial disclosures, solvency gaps, and lapses in recapitalization planning by some insurance firms, warning that the current exercise allows little room for errors or delays. The concerns were highlighted at the stakeholders session in Lagos organized by the National Insurance Commission and the National Insurance Association, bringing together finance, audit, and compliance professionals across the industries. NRA officials said the engagement followed issues identified during the review of Insurance 2024 audited accounts, urging companies to apply the lessons to their 2025 financial statements to speed up regulatory approvals. The National Insurance Commission officials stressed that recapitalization under the Nigerian Insurance Industry Reform Act 2025 is critical to strengthening solvency, governance, and public confidence in the sector. The Commission also urged insurers to improve accuracy and transparency under IFRS 17, noting that weak disclosures delays approvals undermine trust in the industry. Moving on, strong buying interest lifted First Holdco PLC shares as trading opened in Lagos on February 4th, with investors responding positively to renewed confidence in the company's outlook. Within hours, the stock gained 4.40 naira to close at 48.75 naira, reaching its daily price limit by midday and reversing earlier sell-off. The rebound suggests investors have embraced the clean slate strategy outlined by Femi Otedola, viewing the recent profit decline as a strategic reset rather than a sign of weakness. First Holdco decision to book a 748.13 billion naira one-off impairment initially pressured the stock, but has since been interpreted as a decisive move to strengthen its balance sheet ahead of future growth. Analysts at Meristem Research have set a target price of 73.22 naira, implying an upside of more than 60% from last week's closing levels. Still on, Cardinal Stone Asset Management Limited has closed Series 1 of its infrastructure debt fund, securing 12.63 billion naira in investor commitment. The milestone underscores a major step in the firm's broader infrastructure strategy. The debt fund is the first sub-fund under the 500 billion naira Cardinal Stone Umbrella Infrastructure Fund, Nigeria's pioneering umbrella infrastructure designed to allow investors to participate across both debt and equity instruments. Group Managing Director Michael Nzue said the successful close validates the firm's vision and execution capabilities, highlighting strong investor appetite for structured, long-term infrastructure investment in Nigeria. The debt sub-fund will focus on senior subordinated and convertible instruments across sectors including power, renewables, telecoms, transport, social infrastructure, and utilities with disciplined risk management and ESG-aligned governance. Executive leadership noted that the umbrella structure supports patient long-term capital deployment, enabling stable returns while financing critical infrastructure projects across Nigeria's economy. And meanwhile, the federal government plans to share electricity subsidy costs with state and local government from 2026 has sparked a debate in Nigeria's power sector. While distribution companies support the policy as fair, generation firms have challenged the very existence of the subsidy. Reports indicate the government intends to deduct subsidy payments directly from statutory allocations through the Federation Accounts Allocation Committee, potentially removing up to 3.6 trillion naira from the Federation account between 2026 and 2028. Distribution companies view the move as a practical way to spread the fiscal burden, but generation companies warn it could intensify the sector's liquidity challenges. Director General of the Budget Office, Tanimu Yakubu, said the policy aligns with President Tinubu's directive to transparently recognize subsidy costs and end hidden liabilities in electricity market. We'll take a short break now. When we return, we'll bring you more updates from the Business News Hour. Do stay with us.
Meet Monica, your all-in-one financial solution. Convert crypto to Naira at juicy rates anytime, anywhere. Enjoy fast withdrawals straight to your bank. Buy airtime, data, and pay bills in seconds. No stress, no delays. Just seamless transactions. Monica, the smarter way to move your money. Download now.
Okay now, dependable insurance. After God, you are the next insurance. See as the boys the Allah, all the ladies the Allah. Ensure your car protection from accidents. Unforeseen loss, you can see them. Mistakes are meant to happen. If you don't jam the car, they'll jam yours. Will you beat them? Yes, you will get them arrested. Your plans for that day is affected. You waste your money, you waste energy. With AXA, you can be protected.
Get the protection that pays today. Call 0700 AXA Mansa to get a motor insurance that pays.
At Stanbic IBTC, we are here to help you grow with financing that helps you expand expert knowledge across 20 African markets, trade solutions that open doors to 195 countries globally, and an online banking platform that works hard because with us, there's possible, then there's more. Visit www.stanbicibtcbank.com/business for more. Stanbic IBTC.
True strength. What defines it? The brilliance of a player? Or when a team comes together to win? A solo beat? Or the rhythm of many? the flair of one dancer, or the art of a troupe. One distinct voice, or the beauty of the symphony. At FCMB Group, we build ecosystems, empower communities, and create the future. Because we believe it's not just one, but the power of the group that delivers the future we all desire. FCMB, the power of the group.
Welcome back to the Business News Hour here on Business Television. The managing director of the Nigerian Ports Authority, Abubakar Danshoho, has reiterated the federal government's commitment to boosting investor participation in port development while enhancing productivity across Nigeria's maritime gateways. Speaking at the Investopia Forum in Lagos, Abubakar highlighted the country's openness to development collaborations, noting that modernization and rehabilitation initiatives are positioning Nigeria's port as investment ready. He cited successful public-private partnership, including the Lekki Deep Seaport, as evidence of opportunities for both local and foreign investors. Key initiatives include the national and single window, scheduled to go live by the first quarter of 2026, electronic truck access system, and approval for new port projects in Badagry, Olukola, and Bonny. The managing director of the Nigerian Ports Authority also stressed that modern ports and integrated logistics are critical to unlocking Africa's trade potential, improving operational efficiency, and ensuring transparency across maritime value chains. The summit, co-hosted by Nigeria and UAE, showcased strategic partnership and investment opportunities in infrastructure, logistics, energy transition, and digital trade. Moving on, the Custom Consultative Committee has endorsed the Nigerian Customs Services plan to cut cargo clearance time at the port by 40%, a reform anchored on digital integration and projected to save the economy up to 3 trillion naira annually. The committee described the initiative as a data-driven transformation capable of repositioning Nigeria's port within global supply chains, reducing demurrage costs, and embedding efficiency across custom operations. Its support follows the launch of the time-release study by the Comptroller General of Customs, Adewale Adeniyi, at the 2026 World Customs Day celebration in January. Conducted at the Tin Can Island port with technical support from the World Customs Organization, the study demonstrated how coordinated technology-enabled reforms could significantly shorten cargo dwell time. CCC Secretary Unique Wenke said the findings mark a shift from tracking delays to translating data into economic value, noting that faster clearance enhances trade competitiveness, capital flow, and Nigerians' appeal as a regional maritime hub. And meanwhile, in digital governance, Nigeria has strengthened its position on the global stage, emerging as a key player in data privacy following the enactment of the Nigerian Data Protection Act and the establishment of the Independent Nigerian Data Protection Commission. The Commission's Commissioner, Dr. Vincent Olatunji, has stated. Speaking at the National Data Privacy Summit 2026 in Abuja, Olatunji said the signing of the law by President Bola Tinubu positioned Nigeria firmly within the global data privacy ecosystem and provided legal backing for the Commission. It described the journey to establish the NDPC as challenging, but noted that the country's progress has drawn international attention, highlighting growing awareness and interest in data protection across Nigeria. Olatunji emphasized the need to balance rapid digital innovation with citizens' privacy and data security, urging regulators and industry players to ensure ethical deployment of technologies like artificial intelligence. The federal government echoed this view, calling for collaborations among regulators, tech firms, and civil society to strengthen Nigeria's data privacy framework while supporting responsible growth in the data economy. Also, the federal government has approved a digital system for fish import licensing to enhance regulations and support domestic aquaculture in Nigeria. A statement from Bolaji Akinola, Special Advisor to the Minister of Marine and Blue Economy. The reform endorsed by Minister Degboyinga Oyetola is a part of wide efforts to modernize fisheries administration, boost transparency, and strengthen local fish production. The new digital platform will replace the existing manual licensing system, streamlining applications, reducing delays, and minimizing human intervention in approvals. Only verified and registered importers will be granted licenses, helping to curb illegal and unregulated import, while real-time monitoring of import volumes will enable regulators to identify supply gaps and make data-driven policy decisions. The ministry described the reform as a significant step toward efficient fisheries management, protecting local producers from unfair competition, improving oversight, and aligning Nigeria's fish import processes with global best practices. And still in the agriculture sector, farmers across Nigeria are scaling back agricultural activities in 2026 after suffering heavy losses in 2025, raising concerns over national food security and potential declines in output. The trend is evident during the current dry season farming period, with many farmers reducing cultivated areas, switching to less input-intensive crops, or exploring alternative ventures to avoid repeated losses. Surging input prices, including an 100% increase in NPK fertilizer to 70,000 naira per 50 kg bag, coupled with lower staple prices, have left many farmers unable to recover 2025 investment, forcing reductions in maize, rice, and cassava cultivation. Mohamed Magaji, president of the All Farmers Association of Nigeria, called on the federal government to intervene, warning that continued losses could threaten the sustainability of Nigeria's agricultural sector. And finally, to wrap up the business news hour, Vitafoam Nigerian PLC is seeking shareholders' approval to increase its issued share capital to 750.5 million naira and issue bonus shares as part of a broader effort to realign its capital structure. The proposal was disclosed in a notice filed with the Nigerian Exchange ahead of the company's 64th annual general meeting scheduled for March 2026 in Lagos. Shareholders will vote on the capital increase, amendments to the company's constitutional document, and other statutory matters during the annual general meeting. If approved, Vitafoam issued share capital will rise from 625.42 million naira to 750.51 million naira through the creation of 250.17 million new ordinary shares of 50 kobo each, increasing total shares from 1.25 billion to 1.1 billion. The capital expansion is aimed at strengthening the company's equity base, reflecting its current operational scale and allowing the issuance of bonus shares of existing shareholders without raising fresh capital. And that brings us to the close of today's Business News Hour. Thank you for joining us. I'm Glory Brown Odibo. Stay tuned to Business Day Television for the latest updates, expert analysis, and insight shaping the business world.
Information is everywhere, but insights, that is rare. Business Day Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. Business Day Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, This is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you. We go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins. Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
For many years, we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So it's
as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that in the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
So, the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end.
We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. By eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and start to take up more projects in the upstream industries.
Stay ahead with Business Day Mobile, your gateway to Nigeria's most trusted business news, market insights, and expert analysis. With a Business Day Mobile app, you'll enjoy more than just news. You gain a seamless, intuitive platform designed to keep you informed and empowered. From exclusive articles to in-depth market trends, the app delivers the stories that matter most. Why Business Day Mobile? For premium access, for a clean, responsive design, for smarter navigation, for customizable alerts, and for all-in-one business hub. Whether you're a business leader, investor, policymaker, or enthusiast, Business Day Mobile brings you closer to the insights shaping Nigeria's business landscape. Download today and put authoritative business journalism right at your fingertips, anytime, anywhere.
afternoon and welcome back to Business Day Television. Let us jump right into Industry Focus. Well, like you always know, we bring to you that which is important, where we come with everything that is necessary so you get to know the latest thing happening in the industry, no matter the industry that you find yourself, thus highlighting the economic and business values and how it affects the GDP of Nigeria and, of course, Nigerians globally. So, welcome to Industry Focus right here. Let's look at our segments as they will appear. One, we will talk about the quote of the day on fitness business. You get to find out why it's important to take your business seriously. And when it comes to fitness, you will know why there's so much money in it. And right after that, we'll also give you a retrospect on the business health in Nigeria, talking about where fitness plays a major role so far. That will come your way. And number three, we turn to our captain who is in the building. We say captain's opinion with our guests. So in case you don't know, well, now you know. A Kemeni in the building. They call him Kemen. You get to find out why fitness plays a key role and why our questions will have perfect answers when we touch Captain's Opinion segment. And then after that, and obviously in that particular segment, we're looking at how Nigeria's fitness boom is creating a new economy. Stay with us. You don't want to miss that one. And towards the end, we'll talk about deal or no deal. We get to ask our guest what he thinks about the federal government's arrangement based on health and fitness. All this coming your way. I am Onyeka Valentine. We'll be right back. This is Industry Focus on Business Day Television. Don't go away. Welcome back. Let's get into this. Our quote of the day on business fitness. It says, sometimes a workout is all the therapy that you need. I don't think you heard that one. I take it again. It says, sometimes a workout is all the therapy that you need. Very soon we'll ask our guest what he thinks about this. But write this one down if you're watching, because a lot is coming your way. Let's see what happens when it comes to retrospect. Right here. Very key. It says, the fitness landscape in Nigeria and Africa has evolved from traditional functional physical activity into a rapid growing commercialized industry driven by urbanization, health awareness, and digital influence. Now, while traditional activities like wrestling and dance were once the primary form of exercise, modern day and modern present structure fitness such as gym membership and boutique fitness is now rapidly expanding, making sure that we have something new to follow through. And those pictures are pictures of, traditional wrestling and traditional exercise back in the days. But everything has evolved, and we have new stuff. Talking about modern day fitness and how it adds value. So let's go to our guest. I will introduce him very well so you get to know him, in case you don't know. All right, our guest, Ekemini Ekerete, preferably called Kemen. He's a master trainer, wellness entrepreneur, and movement architect, redefining the fitness landscape across Africa. As the founder of Kemen Fitness, co-founder of Pure Fitness Africa, and a transformative mental muscle movement. He leads a new era where mental strength, physical excellence, and spiritual discipline converge. Many more coming your way. All right, but before we jump on that, I'll give you more of this because there's more. From healing, fitness, and lifestyle, he also pioneers and is already in the front line of Verb Life to design elite trainers, programs, and curating immersive group, most definitely fitness formats like, Bite Tabata with Kemen. This and many more. We'll take a quick break. When we come back, it's still Industry Focus. Don't go away. Yes, welcome back. Like I did tell you, more coming your way. Our guest has making it happen. So today, we are bringing him on board to tell us everything you need to know about fitness, the business itself, but more importantly, why it's important for you to know that health is wealth. Ladies and gentlemen, help me welcome my guests, Mr. Kevin. I said Mr. Kevin. Am I correct? Or could I have just said, Kevin is fine. Welcome to our set.
Thank you for having me.
I must say, your bio, your breakdown, all you've done over time, we can't even exhaust it. I can go on and on and on. It's no wonder why it has placed you as a master fitness trainer. I must congratulate you. First time, I must say, when we first met, we had a small chat and very quickly you said, look, talent and make it happen. So we appreciate the fact that you came.
Thank you.
Let's jump into this. Right. First and foremost, why fitness?
Well, like I like to tell people around me, I didn't choose fitness. Fitness chose me.
Right.
Because I mean, years ago, I would never think that fitness would be that thing that I'll do. I keep telling people my mom wanted me to be a doctor. So, I mean, years have passed and I tell her I didn't end up being a doctor, but I guess I'm still saving lives. So yeah, I worked in a very hazardous environment years ago, and when I left the job, I decided to focus on my health. And whilst I was doing that, I fell in love with fitness, and I saw the gap. I realized that I did it seamlessly, so I took up certifications and I took it serious, and here we are.
Here we are. We know in the past you've done something with Big Brother and a whole lot that you've done in the past, and of course how you built yourself over time. But we're more about the business area now. They say fitness, right, and health is wealth. But some people don't know that this can actually, develop to a proper, matured industry. So our viewers at home have sent some questions which we know that we want you to follow through.
Yeah.
So it says here, right, and let us break it down in numbers. What are the real revenue streams from the gym membership, influencer, sponsorship, right? And basically how the business of fitness can grow the economy?
Well, so the gym business, should I say fitness
business,
have quietly, moved past the place of passion to commerce. And the revenue streams are layered, right? So I'll give you a breakdown. So we have, for example, the membership and class system. So under the membership and class system, you have the gyms, you have boutique studios, you have outdoor group training systems, you have even corporate fitness retailers. They are all under that part. And then you move from there to education and certification.
Right.
Now under education and certification, you have trainers education, you have licensing, you have seminars, you have workshops, you have master classes, you have retreats for corporates and all. So those are like under that box. That's another revenue stream in fitness. And then you move from there, you go into, say, partnerships. So on the partnerships, you have sportswear brands, you have nutrition brand, health related brands. You have the telcos, you have the banks, you have the FMCGs, fast moving consumer goods, partnerships within that space. You have even media house partnerships. And then I think after that you are talking like influencing, fitness trainers and fitness enthusiasts now become influencers. So they now become like sort of add to the media where they can make money from, representing brands, marketing certain brands and all those things. And then there is the event and experience. So under events and experience, you have fitness events, you have fitness festivals, you have the marathons, you have the fitness pop-ups, and all those, fun stuffs happening. So, and every of these segments or systems that I have, sectors that I have, spoken about are huge revenue generating streams.
Big time.
And this is not talking about the manufacturers of the equipment. I mean, like if you're doing a fitness business in Nigeria, you know that the fitness business is the one business you buy everything in dollars, but then you charge in naira.
You try to create an equilibrium, but it's kind of difficult. But when you have to change naira to dollars to go buy more equipment, but would you say that because of the exchange, right? Does it affect the purchase of these things? And how
it does. It does affect for a lot of reasons, and also because since we don't have like a structure or unified or a policy that governs the fitness business as an economy, like you mentioned, because it's an entire economy.
Right.
There are certain things that we cannot push for in terms of having some flexibility for the industry when it comes to shipping,
right?
And clearing, like other sectors, like the car manufacturing sector is enjoying, and other sectors are enjoying from the government. Yeah, so it's stressful, but then we have to keep it going.
It is stressful, but you have to keep it going.
Yeah.
Spoken like a true businessman. Business people always say it is hard, but it is better for you to choose your heart.
Yeah.
Either you want to run away from the business and then later in life,
you
regret.
Yeah.
Or stay with it, learn from it, grow from it, and of course become great. We also know that, in one way or the other, you apart from being a fitness trainer, you're also a coach, right? You talk to people, get to find out what it is that they're going through, challenges that will enable them, become better. And then fitness also helps in that regard. But beyond that area, let us look at this other part. It says, beyond the physical result itself, the muscle, which is an addendum, by the way. Every gentleman who looks good wants that accolade. Oh, you look good. You look good. But beyond that, it says here that what's the tangible benefit to a nation when its people get fitter? Very key. And of course, taking about their higher mindset, workplace productivity. We know a lot of people work in areas that have different kind of toxic environment. Where does fitness come in as a curative measure?
I think you've answered the question already, because fitness is not just aesthetics. Fitness is an infrastructure, right? Because a fit population will definitely birth a high productivity in the workplace.
Right.
All right. If you're talking about excellence in the workplace or the idea of stewardship in the workplace, no matter how passionate you are for your job, you cannot build strong system with broken bodies.
Please just take that part again. That's the camera over there. That's the camera over there.
Yeah. So I said no matter how strong and passionate you are, you cannot build strong system with broken bodies.
If you guys heard that part, I think you guys should cut that part out and use it as your mantra. Can build productive, strong systems
with broken bodies. Yeah, so
I've written that one down now.
Yeah,
I will steal your quote from you.
so that's one part. There's the other part that with fitness, you're talking about a lower healthcare burden to the entire population.
Right.
So the fitter you are, the healthier you become, and that's lesser health burden on yourself, your family, and then the nation at large. We're also talking about a stronger mental health, because everything starts from the mind, right? And when the mind is strong, and mental health most times don't have to do with resilience. Sometimes it's stillness, and fitness helps you to practice stillness. There's a lot of power in stillness. And so, like I spoke about workplace productivity, I've also spoken about lower healthcare burden. I've also spoken about stronger mental health. And then there's the part of discipline, respect for process, accountability that it teaches you. So when you look at it, we're not just talking, it's no more a wellness talk. We're talking economics now. and that's what
You are speaking our language. Business day.
exactly.
All right, go ahead. I don't want to stop you.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So when you look at it, you look at all the good that fitness does to the population or to the nation at large, you can see that we are even adding to the economy, because we are building the bodies that are going to build the economy. I tell people only a healthy mind, only a healthy body can house a healthy mind, and only a healthy mind can make informed financial successful decisions.
Healthy mind can make an informed financial decisions.
Because how do you want to invest long term when the doctor says you're dying in a couple of weeks and months?
Because of lack of exercise.
Exactly.
There you have it. For those of you who are trying to become billionaires and trillionaires, push your business from starting point to motion point and develop. Always remember, your mental health is also dependent on your physical, or is it the other way around, whichever it is. But make sure that your fitness level is not taken for granted. Not my words, but words of the fitness grandmaster himself.
That's the new
in the building. That's the new one, right? I just promoted you.
That's the new one.
All right, third promotion. We have another one here, and this one kind of, was sent in by one of our listeners, and they said they wanted to find out why is it that when people go to the gym, and we have some pictures of people going to the gym, right? It's going to come up anytime.
Yeah.
And then mostly, okay, that's over there. So some ladies will just go to the gym, and then they all kind of dress in a different way, and then some men cannot even concentrate.
Oh, wow.
So I'm talking about the entertainment part of it now.
Yeah.
As a trainer, right, and this is just a bit out of our legal questions. As a trainer, what's the first thing you tell your clients when they come? Do you tell them don't distract men? Less well, because basically the entertainment angle, right? Fitness now entertainment, from viral challenges to athletic brands. How obviously the boom has created new content and celebrities for Nigeria. All that. You see some celebrities come to the gym. They kind of look in ways that you are out there, you have this goal to look in a certain way in some few months, but what you're seeing in front of you is confusing you. How do you deal with this thing?
So I think fashion generally, it's a fashion thing,
right?
Generally, it has nothing to do with fitness. If you go, sometimes you walk into the bank and you're trying to do transaction, and then someone walks in dressing in the way they are comfortable to dress,
right?
Because that's what it is. They're comfortable to dress that way. You have to deal with you, right? That's how it is. And I don't think that any banker has walked up to their customer to say, no, leave our bank, because you're dressed in a particular way. And even in the churches, right? They say the church is not for perfect people. So you need to come the way you are. Just like the gym is not for perfect people.
Right.
So when they come into the gym, we want to focus on why they are at the gym. Because the truth is, not everybody at the gym is at the gym for weight loss.
Okay.
Not everybody is at the gym to build muscle. Some people are just running away from something.
I agree with you.
Some are trying to build an environment where they can call home away from home. And so if you're not a morning person, but the trainer that you have is a good trainer, but his time is only in the morning, over time you become a morning person,
right?
Because you want to train with the trainer. That means you need to wake up early and make it to your training. So over time, the gym changes you for a better person. Some people don't know how to keep to time generally. And then because you've started going to the gym and there's this class you love, but that class starts by 8 o'clock.
Discipline.
Yeah. And by the time you go to the class by 8:10, all the bots are taken. What happens over time? You start showing up by 8 o'clock, and that affects other aspects of your life. So yes, we understand there's that entertainment thing, and you have to let people be themselves, because as they spend time at the gym, their focus starts to shift. Even for those that are coming for networking, for those that are coming for community and networking, which is also very important to your mental health, right? Those that are coming there, they come, they network, they join a community, but over time, they take their health serious, they take their fitness serious, and they become better persons to themselves and then the society at large. So yes, there will always be conversations around the dress code, but you can agree with me that dress code, distraction, they are everywhere, you know. And when you ask me how do I cope with it, it's like asking a gynecologist how he copes with his job. It's
true.
It's the path I chose, and the grace to do the job is not the grace for promiscuity.
Most definitely.
So we have to do what we need to do,
professionalism,
and then keep it going.
Professionalism. You hear from the words of Kenneth himself. Our job is just to make sure we bring out the best out of this great talent, and it's pouring it out exponentially. All right. Talking about that, the follow-up question.
Yeah.
Now, Pure Fitness Africa. We know that it's a boycott brand of what part of your, one of your babies, right? So the question here is simple, right? You put fitness as a key, to life, right? How does the philosophy translate into building not just a better body for somebody or one of your clients, but more importantly, right, create that disciplined and productive society? I think you already answered some of it already.
Yeah.
But just point a bit of more highlights.
Yeah, like I said earlier, the community for me, because our fitness business, Pure Fitness Africa, is a community-led business. We built it around communities, we built it for the community. We want you to come into our space and feel like an option away from your home, where everybody's loved, everybody's respected, everybody's encouraged to become the best version of themselves. And so people have learned how to be around people by just being at our space, and that they can translate to their everyday life. And so you see, the gym teaches you, like I said, accountability, it teaches you discipline, it teaches you respect for process, it teaches you service in some cases, it teaches you leadership in other cases, and overall we are building, not just stronger bodies but stronger minds. And you can agree with me that a nation that moves more, thinks clearer, works longer, and costs less to maintain. Yeah.
That last part is so important.
Yeah.
Costs less to maintain.
Exactly.
I just
have to speak your time.
My word.
Yeah.
Business. I like that part. I like the fact that you're keen into what we're doing, where we're but people find it difficult. When someone's here, when they hear fitness, they're thinking, but it's business day. Where is the merge? Now you see the merge. So
you people are sleeping on. I mean, not like I'm complaining, right? Because maybe before you all wake up, we're all long gone, but you don't sleep on the fitness industry.
Most definitely. Don't sleep on the fitness industry. The words of Kevin. Before we jump out of the studio, we have one that the federal government has been talking about, and it's called deal or there's a segment we call deal or no deal. So we'll bring out something that is out there nationwide, like they say, and then ask the question which is important to our guest to know if it's a deal or no deal. However, for some people, some will say, oh, it's a good deal, others will say it's a no deal. But here it is. In this year, 2026, reports say that the federal government of Nigeria is intensifying its focus on fitness, health, exercise sector as a key component of its growth acceleration and investment. Right? Mobilization strategy, investment mobilization strategy. That's what the government is working on.
Yeah.
Come in. You are in the building. You are our captain when it comes to fitness now. And that industry is a very viable industry from what you've told us. Yeah. It brings in money. You just not know where to plug in and make your money, whether it is the fashion angle of fitness or the medical angle of fitness, the company angle, whatever it is a money spinner. But this one now the government has said, as someone who is a professional, as someone who is a master trainer of a particular brand, I'm almost tempted to call the brand name, but it's okay. They didn't pay us money, so I won't say that. Okay. We can bring them in finally. Hey,
we can.
Open.
We can.
Right? But as a master trainer and as a businessman and as someone who's well spoken, right? The question now is, with what the government is saying, is this a deal or a no deal from your perspective?
First off, I'm just hearing that the government said that, and I'm going to hold you, Valentine, on those words from the government.
Right.
And if these words are true, then it's a deal.
It's a deal.
But it is not an invitation for free money.
Point.
I would think that it is an opportunity to level up. And the trainers and the fitness persons and the business owners that will enjoy the deal will be people that understand how to work with systems, understand the role of data, understand the role of community, understand the importance of accountability, and not just vibes. It will be people that understand how to evolve.
How to evolve?
Yes, with the global standards of operation. I'm not just a master trainer by name. I have done several certifications. I've gone to several conferences, summits globally. As the only thing that eats my money every year are trips, and none of them are fun trips. They're all educational trips.
Most definitely.
Yeah, last year I was in Cape Town and I was in Bali. The year before I was in China, I was in Italy. And then the other years you can find me in Germany, Spain, and the rest. And they're all educational events because I'm trying to sit with industry leaders globally to understand what are we doing right now? What are we doing in the next 5 years? What are we doing in the next 10 years? And that has reflected in my brand's trajectory. So yes, it is a good deal. The era of vibes is gone. This is the era where business owners, have to understand that we have the golden opportunity to help improve the GDP of the Nigerian economy and help Nigeria build a very successful nation through our industry.
Help Nigeria build a successful nation through our industry.
Yeah.
Which brings me to this one, it's off the box now.
Yeah.
Where do you see so the trajectory so far, do you see that there will be a time when this fitness industry might rake in so much money in our GDP, right, that can one way or the other come in number 4? I mean, we know number 1 here is oil and gas. Second to that, maybe agriculture, but we still don't know yet, right? Although we are facing a lot of food insecurity, but that's separate. But thirdly, down we see sporting industry, entertainment. So you want to merge fitness and sporting industry together. Do you think it will come in as the third thing that will keep this country running? Because
I don't even think you want to. You have to. Don't pity us to make us bigger by adding the sports industry. No, fitness and wellness as an industry, they have the potential to be number 3 or number 4. Don't forget. I mean, there you've mentioned oil and gas. You've mentioned agriculture. There's also real estate. There is tech.
So it's bringing you guys below.
There is tech. No, I'm mentioning the people so so we know they fear them.
Okay.
But even with all these power houses, fitness stands at a very advantageous point to break into possibly the top 3. If we have all that the industry needs. I'm talking like good policies, good structure, support within the system. If we can start manufacturing our equipment around, because you can't tell us we don't have scientists, engineers, technicians that
we have steel from Ajakuta steel.
Exactly. We start manufacturing our equipment from here. We start doing a lot of things from here. We have the education. I mean, we can customize our education to ourselves. A lot of the nutritional supplements and that the fitness industry is investing in, most of them, a typical black person was not added to the testing process. And so if we start even manufacturing our supplements, our multivitamins, and a lot of all those things, you realize that we would cater more to this very big fitness community. And when a country has a large population, is an advantage economically to the country. And so all we need is support from the government. And if the government have said what you said they've said, let them tell us how to meet with them, and then we tell them exactly how they can be of help to us, and then in a couple of years we will be even more valuable to them than the systems that they think is valuable.
In the long run.
Yeah, in the longer run.
In the long run, the words of Kevin himself. It has been wonderful having him in the studio. In case you missed a lot, well, put it this way, in case you just joined us recently, I will tell you missed a lot. But you can see, obviously, watch this. It's going to go up online, so you can miss it for the world. Talking about fitness business and how it has grown and where it is headed to. Kevin, we want to thank you so much for joining the studio. The time you spent coming down here,
thank you for
can never ever be looked in any way other than up, based on appreciation. So we appreciate you.
Thank
100%.
you. Thank you very
Before we go, your last words, that's your camera again, last words of motivation to those out there so we can leave the studio.
Motivation.
Right.
I like to say this all the time. Being slim is not synonymous to being fit.
Right.
Being big is not synonymous to being healthy. Choose the body you want and be fit in it.
All right, choose the body you want and be fit in it. And with that, also make sure your pocket is also fit. Okay, Valentine is my name. My guest has been wonderful, no doubt at all. Right here, Mr. Kemen. You can find him on Instagram. You're on Instagram, right?
Yeah.
Most definitely. What's your Instagram handle?
Kemen Fitness on Instagram. Then you can also find us at Pure Fitness Africa.
Now, this is a Business Day television midday bulletin coming to you live from our studio here in Lagos, Nigeria. Coming up. NPC shut state-owned refineries after assessment showed that the CBN PMI hits 55.7 in January 2026, signals 14-month expansion. Pre-tax profit in 2025 with strong revenue growth. The stock supposed to be this gains its place, market leaders unite. Thank you for joining us this afternoon. I am Destiny Momo. The Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited has revealed that it shut down Nigeria's state-owned refineries after internal assessments showed they were operating at monumental losses and destroying national value. Now, this was revealed by the Group Chief Executive Officer of NNPC Limited, Mr. Bashiru Ojulari, during a fireside chat on securing Nigeria's energy future at the Nigerian International Energy Summit NIES 2026 held in Abuja on Wednesday. And according to Ojulari, the decision followed a detailed technical and commercial review triggered by mounting public anger over years of heavy investments in the refineries with little to show in terms of performance, forcing the company to confront the economic realities of its operations. Ojulari says the refineries became an immediate priority when his leadership team assumed the office, given the intensity of public scrutiny and expectations surrounding their rehabilitation. The GCEO added that despite crude oil being supplied monthly, capacity utilization averaged just 50 to 55%, and while operating expenses and contractor costs continue to escalate, making continued operations economically unjustifiable. And moving on, Nigeria's economic activity sustained a strong growth momentum in January 2026 as the Central Bank of Nigeria's Composite Purchasing Managers Index climbed to 55.7 points, signaling expansion for the 14th consecutive month. Now, this is according to the latest Purchasing Managers Index report released by the Central Bank of Nigeria, pointing to broad-based improvement in business conditions at the start of the year, with expansion recorded across most sectors and subsectors of the Nigerian economy, reinforcing signs of a gradually strengthening recovery. And the January PMI reading remained comfortably above the 50-point benchmark that separates expansion from contraction, indicating continued improvement in output demand and business confidence across agriculture, industry, and services. According to reports, the PMI readings point to sustained demand conditions and improving operating environments across multiple layers of the economy and reinforcing optimism around near-term economic performance. Now, still on, Aradel Holdings PLC has released its 2025 unaudited financial statements for the period ended December 31, 2025. Aradel reported a pre-tax profit of 463.71 billion naira for the 2025 financial year, while marking a 46.5% increase compared to 316.77 billion naira in 2024, with profit after tax growing by 54.87% to 401.22 billion naira. According to reports, the profit can be attributed to continued revenue growth, reflecting sustained momentum across all business segments and the benefits of its value-accretive diversification strategy. Refined products revenue also increased by 18% to 210.8 billion naira compared to 179.3 billion naira in 2024, representing 30% of total revenue. Now, this growth was driven by a 26% rise in sales volume to 302.9 million litres, reflecting the company's expanding downstream footprint and strong market penetration. Coming up, stocks post weakest gains as police market leaders unite to boost integrity. This and more after the short break. Stay with us.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
You're still watching the midday bulletin here on Business Day Television. Now, Nigerian equities posted their strongest daily gains in recent sessions on Wednesday, buoyed by renewed investor confidence as both the leadership of the Nigerian police and the capital market joined forces in a renewed crackdown against market infractions. The rally followed the Inspector General of Police, Kayode Egbetokun, leading the closing gong ceremony at the Nigerian Exchange in Lagos, an event market participants viewed as a strong institutional signal in support of market integrity and investor protection. The upbeat sentiment also translated into broad-based buying across key sectors, pushing market capitalization sharply higher and lifting benchmark indices. And market capitalization rose by 1.37 trillion naira to 107.86 trillion naira. And while all-share index gained 2,128.61 points to close at 168,030.18, underscoring the scale of the rebound. Speaking at the closing gong ceremony, Egbetokun said a growing partnership between the Nigerian police force and capital market institutions was a deliberate effort to strengthen transparency, discipline, and trust within the financial system. And well away from that story, the federal government has discontinued the use of corporate tax credits to fund road construction, insisting that such projects must go through the proper appropriation process. Now, this was revealed by Zak Adedeji, Executive Chairman of the Nigerian Revenue Service,
signaling shift from the previous road infrastructure development and refurbishment investment tax credit scheme, which allowed major firms to fund federal road projects using tax credits. Adedeji says the move aligns with constitutional requirements and financial regulations, stressing that the NRS cannot bypass legislative approval in funding infrastructure, as the government emphasized that the future road projects will rely on centrally budgeted allocations. The chairman noted that allowing companies to offset tax payments with road projects amounted to spending public funds without proper constitutional approval, which necessitated the discontinuation of the scheme. And also MTN Group has entered advanced discussions to buy the approximately 75% of shares in IHS Holding Limited, and it does not already own, a move that will give the South African telecom giant full control of one of the world's leading independent tower infrastructure companies. In a cautionary announcement to investors on Thursday, MTN confirmed it is considering a transaction to acquire the remaining stake in the New York Stock Exchange listed IHS following recent market speculation. The potential offer price will be at a level near to the last trading price of IHS shares on the NYSE as of February 4, 2025, a period when the stock has seen a sharp rise in recent months, reflecting renewed investor confidence in the sector. And while no binding agreement has been reached, MTN emphasized there is no certainty the deal will proceed. Now, if completed, the transaction could materially impact MTN's share price, prompting the company to advise shareholders to exercise caution in trading until further updates. And also in the local news, President Bola Tinubu has ordered the deployment of an army battalion to Kayama local government area in Kwara State following a deadly assault on the Nuku and Wuru communities blamed on suspected terrorists. The directive came after reports that at least 75 residents were killed during the attacks on Tuesday. In a statement issued on Wednesday, 9th presidential spokesperson Bayo Onanuga said the newly deployed force would lead Operation Savannah Shield with a mandate to halt further violence and protect vulnerable communities. The president condemned what he described as a cowardly and beastly attack, accusing the gunmen of deliberately targeting defenseless civilians. Coming up, climate inflation drops to 3.8% in January next year. The answer, more after this short break. Stay with us.
Meet Monica, your all-in-one financial solution. Convert crypto to Naira at juicy rates anytime, anywhere. Enjoy fast withdrawals straight to your bank. Buy airtime, data, and pay bills in seconds. No stress, no delays. Just seamless transactions. Monica, the smarter way to move your money. Download now.
Okay now, dependable insurance. After God, you are the next insurance. See as the boys the Allah, all the ladies the Allah. Ensure your car protection from accidents. Unforeseen loss, you can see them. Mistakes are meant to happen. If you don't jam the car, they'll jam yours. Will you beat them? Ah yes, you will get them arrested. Your plans for that day is affected. You waste your money, you waste energy. With AXA, you can be protected.
Get the protection that pays today. Call 0700 AXA Mansa to get a motor insurance that pays.
At Stanbic IBTC, we are here to help you grow with financing that helps you expand, expert knowledge across 20 African markets, trade solutions that open doors to 195 countries globally, and an online banking platform that works hard, because with us, there's possible, then there's more. Visit www.stanbicibtcbank.com/business for more. Stanbic IBTC.
True strength. What defines it? The brilliance of a player? Or when a team comes together to win? a solo beat, or the rhythm of many. The flair of one dancer, or the art of a troupe. One distinct voice, or the beauty of the symphony. At FCMB Group, we build ecosystems, empower communities, and create the future. Because we believe it's not just one, but the power of the group that delivers the future we all desire. FCMB, the power of the group.
You're still watching the midday bulletin, and I'm moving on to Africa. Ghana's inflation rate fell sharply in January 2026, easing to 3.8% from 5.4% in December, as revealed by the country's statistician general. Al Hassan Idrisu announced the figures at a press briefing on Wednesday, saying the decline marked a decisive slowdown in price pressures across the economy. Now, Idrisu said that a 1.6 percentage point drop in headline inflation was driven largely by falling food prices alongside a broad-based moderation in non-food items. And food inflation eased to 3.9% in January from 4.9% a month earlier, while non-food inflation fell more sharply to 3.9% from 5.8%. The ASJ described that January reading as the lowest inflation rate recorded since Ghana rebased its consumer price index in 2021, adding that it represented an almost three-decade low. And also, South African Trade Minister Park Sitao will travel to China from Thursday to Saturday to sign the China-Africa Economic Partnership Agreement, which will see South African exports gain duty-free access to the Chinese market, Tao's office says. And South Africa is seeking to boost exports amid a tariff row with the United States, its second-largest bilateral trading partner after China. And U.S. President Donald Trump imposed a 30% tariff on South African exports to the U.S. in August, the highest rate in sub-Saharan Africa. And Tao's office revealed in a statement that his trip to China comes at a time when South Africa is pursuing an objective of market diversification and export growth. The statement shows that Tao will also meet Chinese companies interested in investing in South Africa on his visit. And now on the foreign scene, China's leader Xi Jinping has called Taiwan the most important issue in China-U.S. relations during a phone call with U.S. President Donald Trump. And she told Trump to be prudent when supplying weapons to the island. State media reports adding that he attached great importance to ties with Washington and hoped both sides would find ways to resolve their differences. The call followed a flurry of visits by Western leaders, including the UK's Prime Minister Sir Keir Starmer, to China in recent months, hoping to reset relations with the world's second-largest economy. And the US reportedly has formal ties with Beijing rather than Taiwan and has walked a tight diplomatic rope for decades, but it remains a powerful ally of Taiwan and is the island's biggest arms supplier. And also Ryan Ralph has been sentenced to life in prison for attempting to assassinate President Donald Trump on a Florida golf course in September of 2024. And Ralph, 59, was found guilty last year of trying to kill Trump and still a presidential candidate at the Trump International Golf Club in West Palm Beach. A U.S. Secret Service agent in the area spotted a rifle barrel poking out of the bushes and fired at Ralph, who then fled the scene, and he was arrested nearby. In a sentencing memorandum, George Elaine Cannon said Ralph's crimes undeniably warrant a life sentence. In his words, Ralph took steps over the course of months to assassinate a major presidential candidate, demonstrated the will to kill anybody in the way, and has since expressed neither regret nor remorse to his victims. Now we'll bring you the sports news after the short break. Stay with us.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
It's the midday bulletin on Business Day television, and I'm moving on to sports news. Cristiano Ronaldo has resumed training with Al Nassr, a move that appears to end a standoff rooted not in injury but in football business tensions at one of the Saudi Pro League's most high-profile clubs. The 40-year-old Portuguese forward, one of the most commercially valuable athletes in global sport, had skipped Al Nassr's 1-0 win over Al Riyadh, reportedly in protest over what he perceives as uneven financial backing among clubs linked to the Saudi Public Investment Fund. And Ronaldo's frustration centers on the limited transfer activity at Al Nassr compared with rival soldiers Al Hilal, who have strengthened aggressively, most notably with the high-profile acquisition of Karim Benzema. Now, the Portugal captain viewed the disparity as evidence of preferential treatment in player recruitment and resource allocation within clubs operating under the same ownership umbrella. And at the end of the news, Super Eagles hitman Ademola Lookman will begin his first assignment with Atletico Madrid in today's Copa del Rey quarter-final against Real Betis at the Estadio Benito Villamarín. And according to reports, the Lookman is expected to make an immediate impact as Diego Simeone has included him directly in his first starting 11. The Nigerian winger who joined from Atalanta featured both on the left wing and later as a second striker during his first training session soon on arrival in Spain, displaying the pace, persistence and attacking intent that marked him out as a key signing. And Lookman's run off the ball and sharp link-up play with Bena suggested he is ready to play a decisive role for Los Rojiblancos. And Lookman had earlier declared on arrival in Spain that he was looking forward to making his Atletico Madrid debut against the Real Betis today. Now, this is where we wrap up the Business Day Television Midday Bulletin this afternoon. Remember to follow us across all our platforms and subscribe to our YouTube channel for more insights. I am Destiny Momo. Many thanks for watching. Good afternoon.
Information is everywhere, but insights, that is rare. Business Day Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. Business Day Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond. From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture. Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins. Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
For many years, we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So it's
as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that in the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
So, the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end.
We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. By eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and start to take up more projects in the upstream industries.
Stay ahead with Business Day Mobile, your gateway to Nigeria's most trusted business news, market insights, and expert analysis. With a Business Day Mobile app, you enjoy more than just news. You gain a seamless, intuitive platform designed to keep you informed and empowered. From exclusive articles to in-depth market trends, the app delivers the stories that matter most. Why Business Day Mobile? For premium access, for a clean, responsive design, for a smarter navigation, for customizable alerts, and for all-in-one business hub. Whether you're a business leader, investor, policymaker, or enthusiast, Business Day Mobile brings you closer to the insights shaping Nigeria's business landscape. Download today and put authoritative business journalism right at your fingertips, anytime, anywhere.
we're starting.
Oh, okay.
So good afternoon once again, everyone, and welcome to today's webinar titled Customer Retention Strategies for SMEs. We are delighted to have you. We are delighted to have every one of you on board today. So we all know that in today's competitive business environment, attracting customers is very important. But one vital key is keeping them. And keeping them is what truly drives sustainable growth, especially for small and medium-sized enterprises. So that's why we came about this session today and the topic. The session is designed to equip SME owners, managers, and marketers with practical proven strategies to build loyalty and create long-term customer value. Can you hear me, please?
Yes, we can.
Okay. So once again, my name is Esther Owari. I work with BusinessDay, and I'll be your moderator for today. I'll be guiding the conversation, taking questions from participants online, and ensuring we get the most of today's insightful session. So in no particular order, I'm just going to call on the speakers to introduce themselves. And we hope to get the most of today, and we encourage everyone to stay engaged, take notes, and ask a question. And to take all our participants, we ask that you drop your questions in the chat box so we can take it up from there. Once again, thank you for joining us, and let's dive right in. So, Ms. Kenny, please, can you introduce yourself? Okay, I can't see her online. Mr. Jesse, can you please introduce yourself?
All right. Yeah, thank you very much. My name is Jesse Amangu. I'm a DevOps and data science specialist. So in simple terms, basically, I make sure that systems don't fail, right? So currently, I work as a cloud engineer for MoneyPoint, where we make sure that customers are always happy and yeah, you're able to get your transfers ASAP. So yeah, that's all there is to know about me.
Nice to have you on board, Mr. Jackson. Thank you for coming on board today.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Edward, can you please introduce yourself?
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Edward Israel Aide. I'm the founder and CEO of Carpe Solutions, a story-driven PR agency based in Lagos. We support established and emerging businesses with the tools and strategies to build trust and manage their reputation and build inroads with customers and stakeholders.
Thank you so much, Mr. Edward. Mr. Michael, can you please introduce yourself? Mr. Michael, can you please introduce yourself?
Yes. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for having me. My name is Michael Ajasi. I'm a travel entrepreneur and a global business strategist. So what we do basically is we help people get their dreams, achieved through relocation, immigration, routes. So when you think travel, you think Flight Connect. So yes, that is who I am and what I do. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Michael, for coming on board. Miss Penny, are you on board? Please, if you are, introduce yourself.
Yeah. Hi, can you see me? Because I was here earlier and you said you couldn't see me.
You can barely see your face. Your video is not on.
Oh, my Okay. Hi, can everyone see me? I can see everyone. I can see my.
Yeah, I can see you clearly and hear you clearly.
Okay.
Okay. Hi everyone. So I'm Kehinde Ejukolem. People call me Kenny. I'm a strategic business transformation professional. My career spans from almost 2 decades of experience across health tech, fintech, and financial services. I'm happy to be here. I currently work with AXA, where I'm driving digital transformation as well in AXA. And prior to that, I was a CMO at Avon HMO, where I manage to move them into a digital driven brand. Currently, I'm working on a few data-led execution projects within AXA, translating, and I'm very data-driven. My expertise across digital transformation, customer strategy, and analytics has helped me orchestrate a lot of multi-sectoral changes within organizations, and I'm happy to be here. Looking forward to sharing knowledge and also gaining as much insight as I can in the program. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Kenny. It's nice to have you on board. Ms. Dami, please, are you here? Can you introduce yourself? Ms. Dami? Mr. Yetunji, are you here? So I guess she'll join us along the way. So thank you all for the brief introduction. Right now, it's time to get into, okay. Can you introduce yourself, Ms.? We can't hear you. We can't hear you. Can anybody hear her? No. Can anybody hear her?
Not at all.
No, I can't.
Can you just log off, log out, and log in back? Okay, so we're just going to dive into it, and I believe everyone has their presentation ready for this audience.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, fine. We're just going to start with Ms. Kenny. Can you please take the floor? In 10 minutes, the floor is yours. Just tell us what you have about the topic, and after we'll go into the session of question and answers. Ms. Kenny. Mr. Jesse.
All right, let me go first. Just let me know when you can see me my screen.
Before you start, can you also put on your display so we can see you, because we don't know who we're talking to.
Oh, okay. My video is on. Can you see me?
Oh, okay. I can't see you.
Can anyone see me?
You see him?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead, sir.
All right. Just let me know when you can see my screen.
Okay.
Can you see my screen?
Not yet.
How about now?
Can anybody see his screen?
Yes.
Okay, you can go ahead.
All right, so good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for having me. So today's topic is around customer retention strategies for SMEs in Nigeria. So basically, I'll be taking you through that using like real situations we all recognize and not just like textbook theory. Because in Nigeria, as we all know, like theory is nice, but reality is louder. So before we go deeper, let me quickly explain where this perspective is coming from, right? I work in a fintech supporting platforms that handle millions of customer interactions daily. And one thing that experience teaches you very quickly is this: customers don't stay because your business is fancy, they stay because it's reliable. In my field, like DevOps, we say uptime builds trust. When I relate it to in the business sense, right? In business, consistency builds loyalty. And the truth of the matter is that if your service is always down, customers won't wait for a version 2. They're going to uninstall immediately and move to the next best thing, right? So now let's talk about why this matters for Nigerian SMEs. Basically, for Nigerian SMEs, retention is cheaper when you think about it. It's smarter, it's more realistic than chasing new customers every day. As you can see here, you have like increased LTV. Loyal customers tend to even spend more time on your products. And it's cheaper, it's 5 times cheaper to retain a customer than to introduce a new one, right? So it's just like in tech, fixing a stable system is way cheaper than saying you want to rebuild from scratch, right? And customers exactly work the same way. So some businesses today are running ads while ignoring customers that already like them. So it's literally like looking for a new partner while your current one is still loyal. So if retention is this important, where exactly are SMEs getting it wrong? We'll go to the next section. So the biggest mistake or the common pitfall that SMEs make, right, is that once payment enters, right, communication disappears. There is no follow-up, no confirmation, no hope you are satisfied. After payment enters, most SMEs don't even bother to check in on their customers to gauge like their satisfaction. So, and in my field, DevOps, right, when a system goes silent, we usually panic. Why do we panic? Because silence means something. It means that something is broken somewhere. In business, right, when customers go silent, it's a warning sign. So if you think about it, how many of your customers for SMEs today, how many of your customers actually buy from you more than once? Now let's flip this conversation and ask ourselves what actually keeps customers loyal. There are 3 fundamental drivers to brand loyalty in Nigeria. We have trust, we have consistency, and we have communication, right? Trust basically means keeping to your words, right? A is A, right? Consistency means today's service should be the same as tomorrow's service. We don't want to hear that today you're up, tomorrow like we can't reach you for like 2 days or for a lot of hours. You understand? Because one thing we need to understand is that customers will forgive late delivery, right? But they would not, what they won't forgive is silence, which brings us to like our 3rd loyalty driver, communication, right? Most times customers don't expect perfection. They usually expect predictability, the ability for you to know that if I try to purchase from this service provider today, if I try to purchase from this person today, I would be getting the same service as I got yesterday, right? I would be getting some form of feedback. If I have issues, people would properly follow up with me, right? So this is where the price conversation enters like the WhatsApp group. So let's talk about Nigeria as a whole. So in a price-sensitive market like Nigeria, the customer experience often outweighs a lot of things, right? Most customers don't choose to go for the cheapest option, right? They choose to go for the option that does not stress them. And in today's, in our country today, right, many Nigerians will happily pay more just so that they don't have to start calling you 10 times, right? In engineering, as I try to relate to it in the business sense, right, poor performance cancels out good pricing. No matter how much you want to charge a customer, if you can't back it up with stability, then you lose a lot. And even the ones that you have, you retain. So therefore, let's talk about some strategies in improving experience. So basically, improving experience doesn't have to be expensive. And we're going to look at some low-cost retention tactics, right? So in this case, we have personalized WhatsApp messages. So this doesn't cost anything. When someone purchases from you, if you give a service, always learn to give feedback, right? Or always learn to follow up. Send thank you notes, order updates. Even if it's their birthday, send birthday wishes. That way you're able to retain these customers without doing too much. Loyalty programs also come into play where you're able to offer small discounts, right? We see what happens in some companies, right? Where during some certain periods, there is maybe like a 20% discount in like their products. And this drives brand loyalty and even encourages like customer retention. Then we also have feedback collection. So most people would take feedback as an insult, but I don't look at it as an insult. It's free consulting, right? So when relating to tech, right, in systems, small checks usually prevent like big outages. So when you relate it to business, small follow-ups prevents customer loss because it's from feedback you'd get to improve your systems. You get to iterate and know what's best to do, right? So once you start doing these things, how do you know they're actually working, right? Which leads us to the next slide, which is simple metrics to spot churn early, right? So basically, some simple metrics to spot this churn are repeat purchase rates, right? When you track these basic numbers, you need to ask yourself some fundamental questions. You need to actually pay attention, right? Are customers coming back? Are they responding to messages? Are complaints being resolved? If you're able to focus on these three simple metrics, right, it would improve the way customers are being retained, right? So basically, how I try to relate this to engineering, because that's like my major standpoint. In engineering, we usually don't wait for total failures before acting. You usually see some metrics that will guide you and tell you that, oh, you need to do this before people actually complain, right? Because when people complain, it's actually already late because you only have some threshold before they move to the next best thing. And most times, we as SMEs, we usually assume that if customers ghost you, right, you assume maybe they're busy or something like that. But sometimes you have to look at your process and maybe try to notice where something is broken, right? So this is where SMEs realize like something important, right? So as an SME, because you don't have the capital, because you don't have the marketing budget, what you have is speed, which is agility, right? The ability to adapt to customer needs and market changes. When they say they want this, are you able to push out that change ASAP, right? You also need to have a personal touch. People need to be able to recognize your brand, right? In such a way that even the bigger brands, they can't replicate, right? In Nigeria today, people don't just buy products, they buy relationships. So let me just wrap this up with the most important takeaway, right? Customer complaints are not bad, right? The truth is that silence is worse. When customers complain and you respond quickly, you empathize with them, you follow up, you don't lose credibility. That's just the truth. Instead, you gain it. In DevOps, right, reliability keeps systems alive. In business, reliability keeps customers loyal. The truth is that retention is not magic. It's trust, consistency, and communication done every day. Thank you for coming to this session.
Okay, thank you so much for this inspiring session. I have a lot of questions, but I'll come back to you.
All right.
Yes, so Mr. Edward, the floor is yours for 10 minutes.
Okay, thank you very much. Let me just try to share my screen as well.
Okay, we can't see your screen.
Oh. waste your time. I'm just going to run through it. Okay, so once again, my name is Edward Israel Aide. I'm the CEO of Carpe Diem Solutions, and over about a decade in the industry, I've helped Nigerian brands really manage their reputation and build perception. And for me, I'll say that the notion that exists in the market, and which I would like to really counter, is the belief that customer retention is a marketing or even an operations problem. I don't think it is a marketing or an operations problem based on my experience in the field. And my belief is that it's a reputation crisis. It is mostly around, just like the previous speaker said, about what you say and what you do. And until we address that core problem, the whole idea about either you are doing marketing campaigns, you're doing loyalty programs, you're doing discounts and all of that, I think they will continue to fail. I think that one key thing people need to understand when it comes to retention, especially for SMEs who do not have the kind of budgets that large conglomerates have, and who have the opportunity to shoot in the dark at times, do you understand? Because SMEs are much more cash constrained, I believe strongly that you need to make sure that every buck is what it's being spent on. So if you look at it, people usually look at retention from a how do I position myself, do you understand, and not from a this is our values and this is who we are. When most SMEs approach us at Carpe Diem, one question we always ask them is what do people know you for? It's not about what you sell, it's not about who you say you are, it's not about what fantastic product that you have out there. It's mostly around, like, what are you known for? What do your customers say that you are? What do your stakeholders say that you are? And a lot of people struggle to answer that because all they have to share is their products, their features, their services. Last year I spoke at some conference, and one of the questions that came was from a lady who was in the agricultural space, and she was saying that, oh, our marketing seems not to be working. She's been sharing a lot of the features and benefits of our products and none of that, and it doesn't seem to be converting. And that's usually the challenge. A lot of people just cannot say what they are known for beyond what they are saying by themselves. But what you need to understand is that in Nigeria especially, there's a huge trust deficit. We're operating in a trust deficit market. If you are a business owner, you are not starting from ground zero. You're starting from negative, because the customer, the stakeholder already comes into the room with a trust deficit. It doesn't believe that things work because it's a Nigeria. Governments has failed, previous businesses have failed, maybe even their parents have failed. So we're in a trust deficit market, and this is, of course, due to decades of institutional dishonesty, people expecting disappointment, and it then comes to a question of, like, if it's about keeping customers and you're trying to make it about how do you market yourself, how do you streamline your operations, then you're not answering the question, which is that you're operating in a market that is already expecting you to disappoint. So it's about earning the right daily through consistent display of living true to your word. And there's some gaps in the market that you need to really fill as an SME. One is that you need to make sure that you can live up to what you're saying. And this affects a lot of SMEs if you really think about it. There's the belief that I can say what I want and not live up to it, and then people will move on. So there's a promise delivery gap where you say, for instance, that we're promising you fast service, but then you do not deliver on the fast service. And then you're hoping that, oh, okay, they won't mind, or we can always blame it on Nigeria, or everybody knows how Nigeria works. There's traffic, there's this, there's that, there's all of that. At that point in time, you may feel like people will understand, and maybe some of them will understand, but the reality is that bit by bit, that's your trust that they have in your position, in that, oh, you're going to get your message fast, you're going to get your delivery fast, rather, you're going to get a delivery fast, is already being affected or impacted, and people are already looking at you like, maybe it is fast delivery today, tomorrow it could be the quality of the product that you're telling us is 100% organic, maybe you're not truly living up to that as well. Another thing very linked to that is the visibility versus reality gap, what people see online and what they experience. And of course, we all see this a lot. We all buy consumer products from even large conglomerates. And a lot of times there's the perception of what they are telling us. And then when you walk into a shop, what you're experiencing from the service people, from the general atmosphere, and of course, this happens a lot with restaurants for me in Lagos, where there's this whole perception, and then you go in there, and then the service is not at that level. The service is just very basic, and you're asking yourself, what am I really doing here? Then of course, there's the assumption versus expectation gap. So here's the thing: people assume that customers want the cheapest price, and I think that's a wrong approach. People don't want cheap things, because cheap typically means that maybe the quality is inferior and all of that. What people want a lot of times is value for their money. So if I'm paying 100,000 naira for something, I want value that matches 100,000 naira. What happens a lot, however, is that people price at a certain level, or position at a certain level, and then they are not able to deliver on that value. So these are some of the areas in which SMEs lose trust. Of course, living up to what you say that you are going to deliver, what people see about you and what they experience, and then of course being able to deliver the value for what people pay for. There's a framework that we've developed over time, especially when we're working with SMEs and advising them on how to position and really retain customers. A lot of times you don't need big budgets. You don't need to have a $500,000 budget to really retain customers. A lot of times it's just by living up to your word and being consistent. And the framework, we've called it the repeat framework for retention. And essentially, it just looks at number one, reputation clarity, which is about defining precisely what you stand for. If, for example, you say you're going to deliver breakfast by 9 o'clock, there are all these caterers who serve corporate organizations and then bring breakfast and lunch and all of that. If you are that kind of SME owner and you say that you will serve breakfast before 9 o'clock, you need to put into consideration that Lagos will be Lagos, and make sure that you have mitigated that risk such that you can always serve before 9 o'clock. If that is your positioning statement, if that is what makes you different from the other person, then you need to ensure that you are able to live up to that promise. Of course, not saying that life will not happen. Of course, there are acts of God, there are so many other things that happen, but let it be clear to the customer that you are consistently delivering what you are known for, and it is clearly defined, and people know that that's what you stand for. The other one is, of course, also evidence-based messaging, which is about backing your communications with operational truth. That, of course, means essentially that you're able to create the structures internally that make it possible for you to live up to what people believe you for, what people want you for. Do you understand? So vague promises, of course, always create wishy-washy kind of customers who may come back, may not come back. But if you have specific and continually delivered promises, that of course helps you to build retention. Then there's the public trust building. Every public interaction that you have, either digitally, physically, and so on and so forth, even complaint handling. needs to signal to people that you're trustworthy. We've seen a lot of brands be very dismissive when customers come and complain about services or come and complain about products. There's one that happens a lot on Instagram that I see people always complaining about, where people order certain things and what you ordered is not what you got. And then there's always this air of dismissive approach that people associate and say, oh, you're not the target audience, you're not this, you're not that. And all of that really just points to a failure to build trust, to make yourself trustworthy to customers. There's also another part of the framework which is about building emotional equity through storytelling. And this is a very strong one for me because, like I said earlier on, a lot of SME owners.
So Edward, your timing is almost up, so please kindly wrap up on time.
Yeah. A lot of SME owners usually believe that there's a lot of that they need a lot of budget to do storytelling, and I always say that no, you don't even need a video. You don't need a video to do good storytelling. At times it could be your WhatsApp status, it could be just a caption on the Instagram post. But of course, that's very important as well, like building emotional equity through storytelling. And one other thing to build retention is be authentic. Don't try to copy what Mr. A is doing. Don't try to jump on trends. Don't try to be what you are not. Very easily be authentic. This is who you are. This is what your values are. This is what you stand for, and continue to reinforce that. And the last but not the least is everybody fails. Everybody makes mistakes. Transparency is very, very important. It is always best to say, I understand why I failed in this regard. This is what happened, and we're going to make amends. Do not deflect. Do not try to pass on blames. Do not try to make the customer feel stupid. There are even big organizations like British Petroleum who have handled crises very wrongly because they were trying to deflect blame or trying to muddy the waters and all of that. So very, very last, like I mentioned, you need to be as transparent as possible and own up to your mistakes when they do happen. I would say that in closing, and just to reiterate what I said earlier, retention, when it comes to retention for SMEs, it's not really about what you sell. It's not about how you sell it. It's not about your marketing or your operations. It's more about what you are known for and how you consistently deliver on it. It's like I mentioned earlier, a reputation issue that you need to consistently deliver on. And it's about active reputation management, and every interaction, every communication and delivery will either build that reputation or erode it. So I think the question I'd like for you to take away, what reputation are you building that makes customers want to either leave you or stay? That's one question you need to take away and ask yourself, and maybe that can help you to refine your strategy to customer retention.
Thank you so much, Mr. Edward. It was nice. I like the fact that retention is not about what you're selling, but what brand are you building? What are you building? What you're known for? Thank you so much. I have a lot of questions for you, but I'll come back to you later. Ms. Kenny, please, can we have your presentation?
Okay. Let me know when you can see my screen.
Okay. If you can see our screen, just say you can see our screen.
Can everyone see my screen?
I can't see it. Can anybody see her screen?
Can you see my screen?
Mr. Jesse, Mr.
Yes.
Edward. Okay, yes, we can see it now.
Yes,
yes, we can see it.
Okay. Hi. Quite interesting that my slide is coming. My presentation is coming after the first two slides, because part of my concern was the fact that we have a lot of strategies and a lot of proven frameworks out there talking about customer retention. And I wanted to tell the story from a different perspective, especially as a data-driven strategist. So I will be using the data-driven lens on retention here. And not to be rude, but I'm just going to filter the noise around the whole marketing and products development and getting the best customers, loyalty and all that. And we'll just take it straight into what it is. So I think that retention without CLV, which is customer lifetime value, is just guesswork. And the reason being that in my experience, there's no approach we haven't tried towards customer retention. We've started from the products. If you even want to look at it from the customer's life cycle management, if it's in terms of digital products, whether or not it is even services you're providing, or a particular product, or retail, or e-commerce. I mean, you look to solve problems, you look to give the best prices, innovation, technology, what kind of development can you put in there? And then you get feedback management from your customers to see how you can improve it over time. Then you move into the marketing, put up the budget, whether it's small or big. Content is doing a lot now, helping people to manage their budget, and then a lot of social proofs and dropping presence there. Some people even go as far as communities, building communities, purchase engagements, trying to make sure that they keep them stuck on the brand. And when you come to customer support, you have the guys that invest in the biggest technology tools, CRM, social media, spending marketing budget, doing digital campaigns, excuse me. And lastly, customer success, which is something that has been coming up now. A lot of people are now bringing in customer success, following up after we sold to you, what's our onboarding model, set up some kind of engagement charters, have people to check on your customer success checks, and trying to create advocates amongst your users and your buyers, But all this, I believe that it's what is known, it's what everybody's been doing. And if you keep doing what you've been doing all the time, what is different? What can we do that will be different and then bring something, probably a different result? And that, I think, is including customer lifetime value into whatever strategy it is you have. So using data to undermine whatever strategy it is that you have got around this 5 core elements of customer retention is what I think is the game changer. And how are you going to do that? So how do you calculate customer lifetime value? For those who don't understand the meaning of customer lifetime value, it's basically the net contribution of your customer to your business. So, so I think someone said earlier, and in fact, a lot of people think retention is the work of marketing. I think it's the whole organization itself, of finance, operation. Everybody has to come into play to give us, our customers, the best lifetime value that we can get from our brand. And that's where CLV comes into play. So you calculate what is the average order value you have. And you can see for you to get the best average order value, it stems across all the divisions of the organization. So you're calculating your total revenue by your number of orders. The underlying factors there that have to deliver this number of orders to give you high scores, you now have to return it back to all your team contributing to whatever the value is. Your average order frequency, what's the average order frequency of your customers? What number of orders are you having against the number of customers that you have? And then your average customers, your average customer, and lastly, your average customer lifespan, So your lifespan is your sum of all your customers in your business. So your customer lifetime in your business, you can, sorry everyone, I'm trying to just do that here. So sum of all customer lifespans in your business and the number of customers. What's the lifespan in your business? That might sound very bogus. So you have about 1,000 customers for an SME. You have about 1,000 customers, and each of them, some have been with you for 5 years, some have been with you for 10 years, some have been, I was happy to see that the data scientists on this call You have to employ the use of data analytics to be able to get this score. So you get the total sum of all your customer lifespan, and then you divide it by your total number of customers. That will give you your average customer lifespan. What this customer lifetime value gives you is the answer to questions such as what is your customer's worth? So which ones are worth retaining? Which ones are not that worth letting go, but you just put them in a particular bucket. You start to work intelligently with your budgets. So you want to do marketing, and then you're leveraging on this kind of scores to inform how your marketing is targeted, how much you would invest in keeping them, because you already know what kind of value that you're getting from them and what you're giving to them as well. It also influences how much you're investing into marketing and any kind of strategy that any consultant wants to bring into your business. And then you get intelligent enough to start predicting long-term value. So you start to predict even churn of your customers, because you start to see the behavior of some and start to see, identify that, okay, some are actually getting into this kind of bucket, what should we do? And the next step after getting that score is, which is what I was just talking about, is segmenting. So you start to segment your customers into various buckets of engagement targeted at retention. Now, you are segmenting your already existing segment. Most businesses, obviously, you should have your your segmentation done in your business. So you have the trending mobiles, your adopters, mobile professionals, and the baby boomers. I didn't put that here, but because it's just we're not talking big, but if you want to get very deep into segmentation, you have the different classes of customers, what they're targeted, what their target communication should be like, how you want to frame them. I'm sure marketing innovation and technologies and all that help you achieve that. But the underlying factor with the CLV coming to what you have existing is that it now helps you segment those segments that you already
You're almost running out of time. Please, can you quickly round up?
Yeah, thank you. So you group them into the very unprofitable, profitable, and then the very profitable. And what that is going to do to you is going to help you move your customers, so you can move the ones from profitable across the board, different segments, and then you will now be able to identify if you actually need new customers, how many do you need, and what value they are going to be bringing into the system. I think that intelligently doing this now gives you an interconnected ecosystem into marketing and marketing strategies that bring about retention within the organization. And so what connects every kind of consultation or recommendation around retention, I believe, is a data-driven approach, which is customer lifetime value, which of course leads to profitability of business. Thank you very much.
Can you please, the floor is yours for 10 minutes. Please, can we make it fast, because we're running out of time and we still have a lot of questions and answers. Mr. Mike, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. I don't know if you can see me.
Please, if you can see him, just say you can see him.
Yes.
All right. All right. Thank you very much. Okay, so I've been trying to share my slide, but you didn't allow me in on the call so that I could share. But I'll just go ahead and do the presentation because of time. And so I've been listening to all the speakers before me, share things about customer retention, which is really, really amazing, right? But then there are a few things I would like that we look into, because when we look at customer retention, the question, what is it, right? And sometimes we think it is probably maybe marketing problem, maybe it is maybe we're not doing what we're supposed to do, maybe it's a psychological issue, maybe it's an emotional issue, maybe it's even an operational issue. But the question is, what is customer retention? And this is it: marketing the truth and delivering the truth. That is customer retention. The ability to say, this is what I'm selling, and being able to deliver what you're selling is the long and short of customer retention. But of course, there are variables responsible for the number one. We look at retention doesn't start, after delivery. Retention actually starts the moment you promise. So when you promise, this is what I am giving to you as a product or a service, your retention starts from there. And so most SMEs think retention is something you do after sales, but it's not. Retention breaks at the first promise. So if you begin to sell and you don't have strategy in place to ensure that what you're selling is being delivered, then you have retention problem. All right. So when responsibilities are unclear, when payment is taken before certainty is created, you have customer retention problems. So customers don't churn. They quietly withdraw trust. They withdraw trust because, number one, there are three things responsible for this. Hope we know that before a customer can come to you, there are 5 things let me give you 4 that are responsible for that. So number one, they are afraid. And so their fear is on the line. Their hope is on the line. Their trust is on the line. And the money they are giving to you is on the line. And so it's a common problem with SMEs. For example, I ordered an item on TikTok. It's over 3 weeks, over 100,000 products. Till now, as I'm talking to you, no message, no call, nothing, pure silence. Why is that? Because this person claiming to be a business owner doesn't have the strategy that is required to retain. So from the point of inquiry to the point of delivery, we have the ability to ensure that whatever we are doing in process must be given to these people, or what we call customers. And so retention doesn't start after delivery. It starts the moment you promise. The number 2 is Nigerian customers are managing risk, not price. In customer retention, we think, if we lower our price, we'll have more people to come on board, and then they can come again to buy. No. Every time, what is at the forefront of our business is risk. And these people, the first thing they're asking themselves is, am I going to get what I'm asking for? Am I going to get what I'm paying for? Right? So people are not really price sensitive. They are thinking about how well they can manage their risk. So if your process reduces anxiety, emotional safety, very important. We call it trust, but it is really emotional safety. Nigerian customers don't want value. They want peace of mind. So what they're after is not what they are buying. It's the peace of mind that comes with what they are buying, what we call customer experience, right? It's the peace of mind that comes. So no one comes to you casually. They carry fear, hope, pressure, and money. They want to know that choosing you won't embarrass them, won't delay them, or force them to start chasing you, right? So the SME that removes anxiety, not the one that offers low price wins loyalty. And that is part of retention. So if you give them the value without stress, without anxiety, automatically you're retaining them. They will come again and again for you. Number 4 is, for SMEs, we often think that we are in competition with other businesses that creates this problem with customer retention. But the real problem here is chaos. Chaos is the real competitor for you as an SME. So most SME don't lose customers to bigger brands. They lose them to internal disorder. No clear owner, no consistent process, too many explanations. The fastest way to retention or to increase retention is to reduce chaos. Reduce chaos as much as possible. The silent treatment, the back and forth with regards to feedback, the back and forth with regards to giving information. Whatever is happening to you internally must be managed well internally so that it doesn't, escalate, right? So if you don't know how to manage your internal process, it will result to chaos afterwards. And with that, customers will want to come again to you. Number 5 is that the future really belongs to structured businesses. So as SMEs, you need to really structure your business. Again, remember, you're selling the truth, you must deliver the truth. And this is what in my organization, is what we do. Marketing sells the truth, operations delivers the truth. So as customers becomes more exposed, tolerance for disorder drops. And AI and automation won't fix, this problem either. They will reveal it. And so it is very important that we understand that, as business owners, it is not the idea of, I want to automate, no. It is that we have to create a structure that works. Who is responsible for what? At what time? So, who's responsible to cater to this first step? Who is responsible to the next step? Who is responsible for the third step? Who is responsible for the last step? Who is responsible to post-delivery? Because most SMEs, once they deliver, they leave it at that. But post-delivery is also very important. Who is responsible for that? Client feedback. Are you happy? Did you enjoy it? Was it good? Did you, have a good time with us? Would you like to come back again? We have new products we want to. So it is easy from that point forward if we're able to structure our process. So the SME that will last are the ones that feel calm to deal with. You have to be predictable as an SME. You have to be accountable as an SME. You have to be very human as an SME. Empathy is the driver of retention. Empathy is the driver of retention. And so for an SME, these are the 5 keys that I believe, would help retain customers in this dispensation that we are in. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Michael. Quite an inspiring session. Ms. Dami, I want to know, are you online now? Hello, Ms. Dami, are you online now? I don't think she came back online. Maybe she's having difficulties with her network. Thank you so much, everyone. It was quite an inspiring presentation. I really learned a lot from each and every one of you. So right now, with no much ado, we're going to go into the session of question and answers because we're trying to round up in the next 20 minutes. So I'll just ask this first question because I feel that in this competitive world that we have a lot of bigger brands and we have brands that are just trying to come up and they're doing the same business. So I want to ask, and we all know that SMEs don't have the same amount for advertising like bigger brands. So I want to ask each and every one of you, how can Nigeria SMEs compete with larger brands? How can SMEs compete with larger brands despite limited budget and infrastructure challenges? Did you get my question? Please, if you got my question, just signify by answering. How can Nigerian SMEs compete with larger brands despite limited budgets and infrastructure challenges? Because everyone wants to climb to the top. So how can these SMEs compete with them?
Okay, so let me just address that. Like I mentioned on my during my presentation, there was a particular question that I addressed last year, which was just exactly like this. Someone in the agricultural space who was trying to compete with large conglomerates like Dangote Foods and Bua and all of that. The important thing to note is that you cannot outspend them. You don't have a budget. Do you understand? And I was giving the person an example that if a fintech can come into a market space and spend 2 years, 3 years worth of marketing budget just to gain market share, they don't want to make profit. They just want to get market share. and you're trying to you're trying to live day to day, so you really cannot outspend them. But what you can do, what I've found with a lot of SMEs is that you can outstory them, and I use that word. You can tell much more compelling stories than a lot of large organizations, because while they are going through different forms of approval, legal approval, corporate communications approval, and all of that, you can just share an interesting story. And I'll go back to an example I gave the woman who asked me a question. She's in the agricultural space, and I told her, I said, instead of selling your features, your products, because at the end of the day, quality and features are a dime a dozen. But your story is unique to you. I told her, okay, why don't you share stories of the people who are working with you on the farm, the community that you're operating in, I think maybe somewhere in Ondo State or Ekiti State. Who are these women who leave their homes, who come to your farm, who help you to plant, to harvest, and all of that? What are their stories? Do you understand? How has their lives improved since you started that business in their community? How have you been able to provide jobs in the community? How have you been able to maybe help somebody send their daughter to school, and so on and so forth? And that's particular to that person. But ultimately, what it means is that as an SME, you have a lot more authentic stories to tell. So you can tell a lot more impactful and authentic stories than a lot of large conglomerates. And you don't need a lot of budgets to do it again. Do you understand? Again, storytelling is not always video. It can be a picture taken well with the right caption. It can be an Instagram stories post. Like, you just put text there. Do you understand? Storytelling takes so many forms, and I feel like that's one way that that you as an SME can really compete with these large brands. Tell stories, tell authentic stories, and tell them consistently, and most importantly, live up to the stories that you're telling.
Thank you so much, Mr. Edward. Thank you so much, Mr. Edward. SMEs, did you tell stories, tell authentic stories? So, do any other speaker have something to add to what he has said? Mr.
Yes.
Jack, okay.
So it is true that you cannot compete on the budget with bigger brands, but you can compete on accountability, right? Again, selling the truth and delivering the truth. Accountability is very key. Once you do that, easily people will come to you. Easily, you can't be, you don't have the money, but storytelling is very key. But after telling this story, you have to be very, very accountable. And so you can compete on accountability, and you win. You win very big. And we've seen that recently, where bigger brands are now coming down to smaller brands, smaller influencers to work with them. Why? Because people can trust those smaller brands, those smaller influencers to get their stories out there. Is a flat playing field right now. And so tell your stories, yes, but compete more on accountability. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Michael. I like the fact that he said you can sell accountability. I think that is what every SME needs to have. Thank you so much. Ms. Kenny, Mr. Jesse, do you have anything to add?
Yeah, so I always come from a data angle again. So just as I mentioned about segmenting your customers, yeah, storytelling and all that, but the accountability that he just mentioned, it's more like what I would say. So there's this tactic you can use to actually segment how you engage and become accountable to. Most customers expect you to remember them, and that's one advantage that an SME has over the big brands. They have too many customers to be concerned. They have a contact center with 500 agents that are taking calls. Some of them, you can't even know if they finished or wrapped up the call properly. But what you have is a closed user list that you can use to monitor and follow up. Members, customers appreciate that person that comes back to check that whatever complaint they made, whatever product they got, it's working fine. Segments those type of customers that are very valuable to you, because at the end of the day, it's your return on investment that you're working towards, and make sure you follow up with them. If you can keep that circle of customers together and always, like you said, be accountable to those guys, I think that word of mouth would happen and help your business to scale better.
You always come from a different angle. Thank you so much. Mr. Jesse, do you have another thing to add?
So far, so good. I think the speakers have been lovely. They've pretty much touched most of the things I would like to say. So I just want to reiterate that what sets smaller businesses apart from larger brands is closeness, just like the previous speaker mentioned, right? The ability to be empathetic to their cause, because you have like a smaller scale, the ability to resolve issues fast, and not only resolving issues fast, resolve issues personally, right? Treat them not just like a metric on your dashboard, but like an actual human, right? That way they see your business, right, as if it were their own, and it drives them to come to you to want to buy from you again, because they're not just buying like a product, or you're not just purchasing a service, but they are getting an experience basically.
Thank you so much, Mr. Jesse. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Mr. Jesse. So I'm going to ask one question, and after that, we'll go to the last question before we call it a day. And so far, so good. It's been amazing. Thank you all for coming on board. So my question would be, at what stage should SMEs start focusing on retention instead of just acquisition? And how long should an SME realistically wait before expecting retention results? Did you get my question?
Yes, I did.
Okay. So everyone can answer first.
Okay. Retention starts from the get-go, in fact. You start to take retention seriously from the get-go. From the minute the customer has made an interaction with your brand, you consider retention at that point. And I advise SMEs, I mean, you think how much do you have, but as little as a referral scheme, getting rewards for making referrals, gets people coming back to your brand. So that time when they're coming on board and we are talking about, oh, come on board and bring somebody else and get your next buy 50% or 20% off, your retention strategies have to step in from the get-go when the customer interacts with your brand. The reason being that a customer will always remember how he was treated the first time as much than even when he has come on your brand and started getting very familiar with your product. So you want to leave the best impression from the get-go that lingers through their interaction with your brand, and then can inform any kind of relationship that is going to be built out of what it is you are selling. So I think it's from the get-go. Yeah, people try. I advise people to work on loyalty platforms. You can try to integrate with loyalty platforms that work with your numbers. Again, once you get your value that you want to give out to customers, start to calculate, work backward, and see how much you can give out to your members. It would sound like expense, but you have to give to be able to gain. So I think it starts from the beginning. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Ms. Kenny. If you have any other thing to add to this, Mr. Edward, Mr. Michael, Mr. Jesse, do you have any other thing to add?
Yeah, I just want to add again, maybe just to reiterate what Kenny has said earlier, is about what I would call for SMEs. I always advise zero budget strategies. Do you understand? There are so many things that you can do without spending a naira. Do you understand? So I'll say, just like she said earlier on, that you're actually doing both. For an SME, you're doing both at the same time. You should be doing both at the same time. You should be doing both retention and acquisition at the same time, because from a reputation point of view, every new customer that comes in should also be a retention play for you if you're able to deliver on your promise. Because what SMEs have a lot of times that large enterprises do not have is with SMEs, you can get a lot done with word of mouth marketing. Do you understand? If you consistently deliver on your promise, and you find that a lot of SMEs have grown that way. Somebody refers you to somebody, somebody refers you to somebody because people have come to you and you've delivered on your promise. While a large organization may need to spend a lot of money doing acquisition and then another budget for customer retention. But I would say that for SMEs, it's a zero budget thing for you if you just understand that from the get-go, you are doing both simultaneously. You're trying to acquire, but you're also you also need to retain by delivering on your promises. They are essentially two expressions of the same thing, which is a consistent repetition delivery. People coming to you and meeting what they ordered is what they are getting, like we say on Nigerian social media.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Do any speaker has any other thing to say?
I think, they've said it very well, but I'd just like to sum it up by saying SMEs must maintain the same energy that they deploy through marketing to inquiry and to delivery. They must maintain the same energy. Otherwise, you create problems for yourself. Like I said earlier, I said retention doesn't start after delivery. It starts from the moment you make a promise. The promise is the marketing. Then once you start from there, the energy, the problem is that every time, most of the time, I see SMEs, they make promises, by the time they follow up with you with cost, the moment you pay, the energy drops. They stop responding, they stop acting, and that's it. But retention really is that you have to keep up with the same energy that you started with till the end. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Any other thing to add? So if there's no that, we'll just go to the final part, the final question. And as you're saying this final question, please give us a parting word for an SME, how you want them to grow, how you want them to improve in their businesses, because they're looking up to each and every, especially you speakers here, they're looking up onto you guys, you speakers, to be able to improve in their business. So let's have a parting word from your experience. What you feel they can do to retain their business, the retention strategy that has worked for you, that gives you the highest return on investment. So, and as you're saying that, please just also give us a parting word, because we're definitely running out of time right now. So any speaker can start first.
All right, let me go first. So my parting word to SMEs in Nigeria or as a whole is that if there's one thing, right, that you have to look at is don't build your business for just today's sale, right? Build it for people who will still choose you tomorrow, right? Because one thing you need to understand is that customers have options. They don't stay because you are perfect. They stay because you are consistent, because you're able to communicate with them, and most importantly, because you show up, especially even when things don't go according to plan, because no business is 100%, right?
Yeah.
So big businesses, most times they grow with money, but as a small business, you need to grow with trust, because that's something that is free and can come easily once you build it. And the thing about trust is that it's built quietly, but basically over time, through small actions that you take every day. So follow up, listen, and fix what you can. So that's all.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. That means a whole lot, like follow up as much as you can. Thank you so much. Miss Kenny.
So I think what I would say is to turn every opportunity into a chance of loyalty. So more like turn complaints into loyalty opportunities. So in your business, there are bound to be complaints received from customers and all. As I have mentioned about your segmentation, those insights tend to help you identify who's complaining, who's speaking, intelligently address those complaints, and you'll be shocked to see how you can turn complaints into loyalty opportunities that return high profitability. For instance, if one of your highest customer lifetime value customers are complaining, build your system around ways to address complaints instantly. And not every customer is treated the same. I'm a customer experience expert and can tell you that you can't treat every customer the same. That's why the banks have different types of products. So make sure that you work with that structure to be able to address your complaint and make sure that everyone that comes in through those channels have their personalized experience that can always turn your customers to brand loyal customers. So just keep that in mind, that every complaint is an opportunity to get a loyal customer. Optimize and maximize every chance you get using your data and information at the back of your head. And I think that you will not miss it. The big brands don't have time for this because there's too much in terms of numbers, but you as a small customer, you can identify easily and know the ones that you can follow through. Not to say that there's none that you shouldn't follow through, but you have to look at your numbers at the end of the day. Yes, so yeah, that's it.
Thank you so much, Ms. Kenny. And so to my last two speakers, anyone can come first.
My final words would be that, and of course I'm a PR consultant, so I'm looking at everything from that point of view. My final word to not just SMEs, to any business essentially, would be that most retention failures aren't about tactics or technology. A lot of times they're about unclear promises and inconsistent delivery. People, of course, are already operating in a trust deficit mindset, in a trust deficit society. So you are now also compounding the trust deficit. So a lot of times it's not even about tactics, it's not about technology, it's not about operations. A lot of times it's just failing. You pay for data expecting that data will last you for 6 weeks, and then 3 days later it doesn't last you, and then somebody's trying to explain to you the technicality of how much gigabytes something runs in the background and all of that. You're not interested. They've really created an opportunity for you to not use them again and go try someone else. So again, I'll say that know what you stand for, communicate it clearly, and deliver it consistently, because a lot of people always, like, people come to us and feel like, oh, PR is like it's like an act. Like, oh, once you do PR, like, you just solve all your problems, and really that's not PR. That's whatever it is. It's definitely not PR. What you need over time is to be able for people to know what you stand for, and knowing what you stand for will be about not just communicating what you stand for, but for delivering on what you stand for. That service delivery. That's what I think a lot of people need to learn about. Meeting promises and delivering consistently on what you say you are, and that's what people will take away. That's the perception they will have about you, and that will be more effective than any loyalty program you can run, any advertising campaign you can run, or any giveaway that you want to do.
Thank you so much, Mr. Edward. Mr. Michael, your passing word.
Thank you very much. So as SMEs, we must understand that trust is your currency. And there are 4 things responsible for that. Number 1, you have to minimize complaints as much as possible. That should be your major focus, actually. Every time you get feedback, make sure you don't get that same feedback. It's a negative feedback. Make sure you don't get that feedback again. So it happens once, it doesn't happen again, or it must not happen again. That should be the goal. Number 2, timely response to inquiries, to delivery. Number 3, optimize timely delivery. It is very, very important. Once you can do that, and then honest communication. Things go wrong sometimes. There are things we cannot control. But once you get yourself in that situation, make sure you communicate honestly, and don't communicate out of impulse or rush of emotions. Take your time, be professional with it, structure it, and make sure, ask the question, if this person received this, how would that person feel? How would this person react? And then go back to the drawing board, redraft your email, redraft your response, and then throw it out to them. That way, your customer retention is much more guaranteed. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Michael. Thank you to all our esteemed speakers. Thank you to Mr. Edward. Thank you to Mr. Jesse. Thank you to Ms. Kenny. Thank you to Mr. Michael. Like, it was amazing. I personally have learned a lot, and I think when I start to do my own business, I had things that would take me to take my business to the next level. And with this, we'll call this the end of this session. Till next month again, we'll hope to have SME clinic once in a month, every month. So depending on the topic, we bring speakers from far and wide. And if you need any inquiries, you can always reach out to us on BusinessDay TV on YouTube or reach us on Instagram. Thank you so much and have a blessed day, everyone.
Information is everywhere. But insights, that is rare. Business Day Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. Business Day Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond. From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture. Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money. We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
for many years we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So it's
as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that in the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
So the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end.
We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. By eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and, start to take up more projects in the upstream industries.
Stay ahead with Business Day Mobile, your gateway to Nigeria's most trusted business news, market insights, and expert analysis. With a Business Day Mobile app, you enjoy more than just news. You gain a seamless, intuitive platform designed to keep you informed and empowered. From exclusive articles to in-depth market trends, the app delivers the stories that matter most. Why Business Day Mobile? For premium access, for a clean, responsive design, for a smarter navigation, for customizable alerts, and for all-in-one business hub. Whether you're a business leader, investor, policymaker, or enthusiast, Business Day Mobile brings you closer to the insights shaping Nigeria's business landscape. Download today and put authoritative business journalism right at your fingertips, anytime, anywhere.
We're currently live here at the Balogun market in Marina, where apparently some structures were brought down. Join us as we talk to some of these traders and know the reason for these demolishments.
I traveled down to East anyway. I traveled down to my village to see my parents. So unfortunately, I received a call that my space had been demolished. So I was like, what is the problem? What happened that they demolished my shop? They said that there's some government task force or what that come inside the premises and demolish the place without even a quick notice. How can they demolish someone's place without even a quick notice? Okay, let's assume that my people is not here to help me. I could have started this. They could have destroyed both my goods and my shop. I have stayed here more than 10 years. There is no issue here. We don't have the only issue that we have here is that once Loma come, they will give us information that maybe they are coming on so day to collect money for Loma. We'll contribute money for Loma and pay them. I call most of my colleagues here. They said they have met His Excellency Mr. Somolu. Then he now came down here, but they didn't really get things from him because he was driving. When they meet him in this secretariat, as in this government house, he drove down back. Then I don't think they meet him because they just say that he visited here. They now go back to where the fire incident occurred. So before they come back here, he left already. Oh. So they didn't really get actual strong word from him. But you can see now they are fencing all this place.
Yes.
It take a lot of time. Once this place closed, I don't think we still have stand here again. So what they want us to do? Is it not street? They are sending us to street. If somebody that couldn't be able to hold himself They can do otherwise. So they should. We are pleading. They should try and know what to do for us, please. At least we paid. We pay. Well, nobody that's staying here that is not paying. Actually, it's a car park, but there's a very the lot of shops they created here. Then we pay a very good sum of money, and some of us just paid. Some paid on November, some paid this December that just ended. So they should come to our rescue, please.
On the 31st of December 2025, the Lagos State Building and Control Agency came and they started demolishing our shop. They did not give us any notice. They did not present any order for the demolition. They just said it's order from above. That is what they told us. They give us, it was maybe hours, and not that they even give us hours, as they are destroying it from one end. So we are packing. Everybody was packing their goods. We went to the State House at Marina on I think that was Friday. That Friday should be on the 2nd of January 2026. We went there for peaceful protest, and luckily for us, we saw the governor on his way going out, and he stopped and attended to us, and he asked that what is the issue. We explained to him, and the governor assured us that we should be going. He's going to come down here. So I think as he was coming, he came here direct that day. So before we could come from the State House, the governor is already here. We did not know what the governor discussed with the LAPSCA agency working here on that very day, because before we came back here, the governor have already left. Although we submit our allocation and all our documents to the representative at the State House that we are legal here, we are not illegal. We were moved to here since 1999 when they wanted to build the Afri land at William Street, and they give us allocation. In fact, we just renewed our allocation with the local government. They give us 15 years allocation about 2 months ago. So we submitted the copy of everything to their representative at the State House. But till today, which is on the 8th of January, we have not had any feedback from the governor and from the agency. So as you can see, they have demolished everything. They sell all our container as they are building. They are demolishing it. People that are buying it are here already. So they sell everything. We are not allowed to even take our container that we did by ourselves. They said they cannot release it to us. So since then they have been doing the fence. You can see the fence. These are the fence. They are still working. But as we have no option, because most of us here we are just hustling, so we have no option. We have nowhere to go. That is why we are still inside the sun. We are selling inside the sun. As they are doing the fence, we are still selling to manage ourselves. What we expect from the government is that they should reinstall us here. Let them go through the documents we submit to them. When they go through, they will say everything are genuine. We are taxpayers. We pay dues. We don't violate any rules. So you get, let the government have mercy and pity us. And even till now, as I'm talking to you, they have not given us any reason for the demolition. Till now, there's no reason for the demolition. The chairman of the Nigeria Legion, who is in charge of the car park, came, and he was asking that where is the demolition order that you people bring. They did not provide anything.
We are not notified. They didn't notice us like they are coming, but they are just saying it's from the government, and I didn't even understand it. They just come just like that. Nobody noticed us of anything. They just come one of a sudden and destroy all our containers, and even most of my goods, everything we are damaged. At least now I'm losing a lot. If I should calculate what I'm losing, over 5 million naira. Wow. Yes, over 5 million naira. Nobody compensates us. Nobody compensates us. Please, I'm begging the government, they should look into this. This is Lagos Marina, beside UBA head office. We are facing a lot here. You can see them. Look at our goods here. Look at my market here. Look at it. It was damaged. Even my containers, I cannot even get access to the container myself.
Why were
They
you not able
just
to
come
get
and
access?
demolish everything and just pack everything. So we really lose a lot here. We really lose a lot. So I'm wishing maybe the government can look into this very well.
We are just here and we had information that before we know, they say we should start removing our things, we should pack our load. We were watching and waiting. It was surprise because they didn't even give us notice. So unfortunately, we start packing our load. From there, they now come and demolish the shop. We pack our goods, but we could not able to take our container away. They asked us to leave the container. So we tried to remove some of our goods. By God's grace, we tried to take some of the goods, yes. Last week, we went to Miss our Excellency Sanwo-Olu. So we explained things to him. The night told us that we should go back, that he's coming to come and see the situation. So we are still hoping, believing that everything will be okay by God's grace.
We have seen and we have heard, and from this report, it is apparent that these traders have not gotten feedback from the government, neither do they exactly know what is happening. So we are standing in solidarity with the traders and with the people of this market, the Lagosians, and we want to know the reason for the demolishment. This is Amanda Emosigwe for Business Day Television.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Now, this is a Business Day television user update reaching you live from our studio here in Lagos, Nigeria. Coming up, industrial sector leads as Nigeria's economic activities expand for 14 months. And farmer cuts food production as losses pile. Meanwhile, Delta to demolish illegal structures within Asaba waterfront city project site. And Nigeria losing billions as illicit financial flows dominate solid mineral sector. Thank you for joining us this afternoon. I am Destiny Momo. Nigeria's economic activity expanded for a 14th straight month in January 2026, with the composite purchasing managers index holding firm at 55.7 points. According to reports, the reading was lower than December's 57.6, but remained above the 50 mark, signaling growth across 31 of 36 subsectors as business conditions continue to improve nationwide. Industry led the expansion with its PMI at 56 points, driven by higher output, new orders, employment, raw materials availability, and faster supplier delivery times, despite marginal contractions in 3 subsectors. And services and agriculture also grew, posting PMIs of 54.5 and 54.2 respectively, as easing input and output prices pointed to moderating inflation pressures and a resilient economy entering the first quarter of 2026 after months of broad-based sectoral expansion across the country.
I mean, while farmers across Nigeria are cutting back production in 2026 after heavy losses last year and raising concerns about food security as the dry season farming window runs from November to February. Reports show many farmers are reducing land, switching to low input crops, or quitting hit by fertilizer prices that doubled in 2025, while poor market prices wiped out returns. And large-scale farmers in Niger and Abuja reported losses running into tens of millions of naira, forcing them abandon maize, rice, and cassava for safer alternatives. And farm groups and analysts warn falling output could deepen rural poverty, already above 75%, lifting food imports and pushing prices higher unless government subsidies, security improvements, and input support are urgently introduced to stabilize farming and protect households nationwide in the coming year across Nigeria. And still on, Delta State authorities have ordered the demolition of all illegal structures within the Asaba Waterfront City Project area and warning developers and the public against the encroachment. The Special Project Director, Victor Ebuka, issued the warning on Wednesday during an inspection in Asaba, saying the land is fully gazetted government property and occupants are not entitled to statutory notices. ECOWAS says all legitimate owners were compensated before acquisition, adding that victims of fraudulent land sales should seek refunds as bulldozers will soon clear illegal development at owners' cost. The project director said excavation works are underway ahead of land reclamation, with North China Construction Company developing the Waterfront City and Falklands Nigeria Limited, building a Niger City as major construction is expected within months. And coming up, Nigeria's audiences illicit financial flows into the sector. We'll bring you these and more after the short break. Stay with us.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Welcome back to the news update. Nigeria's solid mineral sector is under renewed pressure after the Nigeria Extractive Industries Transparency Initiative warned that illicit financial flows are draining revenue and weakening investor confidence. Speaking in Abuja, NATI Executive Secretary Musa Sarkin Ada said Nigeria accounts for about 35% of Africa's illicit financial flows, with extractive industries responsible for 93% of the leakages. Nadada said illegal mining, underreported export tax evasion, and weak oversight undermine growth, citing research showing poor data integration among regulators, revenue agencies, and border authorities. The executive secretary said reforms under the 2023 EITI standard, alongside actions by the NFIU, including a new extractive crimes unit, are needed to curb abuses and unlock the sector's full economic potential while restoring transparency, accountability, and sustainable development nationwide for communities, investors, and government finances overall. While away from that story, Wema Bank PLC posted a strong financial performance in 2025, with profit after tax rising 124% to 193.19 billion naira, up from 86.28 billion naira a year earlier, driven by higher interest income, strong loan growth, and expanding customer deposits. The bank's interest income climbed 62.7% to 977.10 billion naira, while net interest income more than doubled to a 360.10 billion naira, and while earnings from lending remained robust, even after credit loss provisions, reflecting higher volumes of loans and advances. Now, despite higher costs, overall profitability improved sharply as operating income surged 76.5% to 413.33 billion naira, while profit before tax more than doubled to 222.07 billion naira. Now, on its balance sheet, total assets grew to 5.06 trillion naira, loans expanded to 1.75 trillion naira, and customer deposits rose to 3.28 trillion naira, and shareholders' funds also jumped to 621.7 billion naira. And still on, Stanbic IBTC Holdings PLC delivered a strong financial performance in 2025, posting a group profit of 381 billion naira, a 68% increase from 225.3 billion naira recorded in 2024, driven by higher income across its core banking and non-interest businesses. Now, total income rose 38% to 896 billion naira, supported by a sharp rise in fee and commission income to 230.2 billion naira and trading revenue of 77 billion naira. The group's net interest income jumped 43% to 585 billion naira, although operating expenses rose to 330 billion naira, mainly due to higher staff and administrative costs. Profit growth comfortability outspaced spending. And performance accelerated sharply in the final quarter, with the fourth quarter profit surging 201.2 billion naira, up from 13.4 billion naira a year earlier, and earnings per share rose to 2,368 kobo. Now, out of the Nigerian Customs Service at the Port and Terminal Multi-Services Limited, Command recorded 44.06 billion naira in revenue in January 2026, an 8.8% increase from 40.50 billion naira and generated in the same month last year, highlighting improved compliance at the port. And Customs Area Controller Joe Anani announced the figures during the handover of seized arms and ammunition to the National Center for the Controls of Small Arms and Light Weapons, and praising compliant importers and terminal operators for supporting the command's revenue drive. And then he revealed that the weapons which were intercepted during vehicle inspections between 2022 and 2025 included pistols, rifles, and hundreds of live rounds of ammunition, stressing its commitment to national security under the leadership of the Controller General Adewale Adeni. The controller added that the deployment of the Unified Customs Management System (BODOGU) alongside a planned installation of cargo scanners will enhance port efficiency. And now to end the local news, the Nigerian Institution of Estate Surveyors and Valuers has called on the federal government to reform Abuja's land governance framework, warning that weak coordination, poor titling systems, and fragmented land administration continue to undermine investor confidence and limit land-based revenue generation in the Federal Capital Territory. Now, the call was made at the 32nd Annual John Wood Ekpenyong Memorial Lecture held in Abuja, where policymakers, professionals, and industry stakeholders examined the theme from compliance to competitiveness, positioning Abuja land governance framework for investment confidence and revenue growth. Now, delivering the memorial lecture, the immediate past president of an NIESV, John Bull Osarume, said land governance must move beyond regulatory compliance to become a market-supporting infrastructure capable of unlocking capital and driving sustainable economic growth. Osarume proposed that the Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, in collaboration with relevant departments and agencies, should issue a harmonization directive establishing unified data standards, workflows, and service timelines across land-related institutions.
If Nigeria is going to actually begin to make the best use of its land asset and then improve the economic well-being of Nigerians, we have to start from the seat of power. Lagos State is doing significantly better than other states. You know, in Lagos, they said land is their oil. You understand the point? So they take it seriously. But even at that, there's still a lot of improvement to be done. So what this particular lecture today has emphasized is to draw out those challenges and also provide, suggestions about how to actually tackle it.
Coming up, Comba Iron Ore expects 23% profit jump on higher prices and sales volumes. We'll bring you these and more after the short break. Stay with us.
Meet Monica, your all-in-one financial solution. Convert crypto to Naira at juicy rates anytime, anywhere. Enjoy fast withdrawals straight to your bank. Buy airtime, data, and pay bills in seconds. No stress, no delays, just seamless transactions. Monica, the smarter way to move your money. Download now.
Okay now, dependable insurance. After God, you are the next insurer. See as the boys the Allah. All the ladies the Allah. Ensure your car protection from accidents. Unforeseen loss, you can see them. Mistakes are meant to happen. If you don't jam the car, they'll jam yours. Will you beat them? Yes, you will get them arrested. Your plans for that day is affected. You waste your money, you waste energy. With AXA, you can be protected.
Get the protection that pays today. Call 0700 AXA Mansa to get a motor insurance that pays.
At Stanbic IBTC, we are here to help you grow with financing that helps you expand, expert knowledge across 20 African markets, trade solutions that open doors to 195 countries globally, and an online banking platform that works hard, because with us, there's possible, then there's more. Visit www.stanbicibtcbank.com/business for more. Stanbic IBTC.
True strength. What defines it? The brilliance of a player? Or when a team comes together to win? A solo beat? Or the rhythm of many? The flair of one dancer? Or the art of a troupe? One distinct voice, or the beauty of the symphony. At FCMB Group, we build ecosystems, empower communities, and create the future. Because we believe it's not just one, but the power of the group that delivers the future we all desire. FCMB, the power of the group.
Welcome back to news update on Business Day Television at 2. And now moving on to Africa. South Africa to combat iron ore says it expects its full year profit for 2025 to rise by up to 23%, supported by stronger iron ore prices and higher sales volumes, projecting headline earnings of between 13.9 billion and 15.33 billion rand. Combat says the earnings boost was driven mainly by a higher average export iron ore price of $95 per ton, while sales volume rose 2% to 37 million tons. The miner noted that global prices were supported by resilient Chinese pig iron production, backed by strong export demand and steady supply from major producers, helping to stabilize the iron ore market throughout the year. Operationally, Combat also improved logistics, cutting its own mine and stockpiles of 5.7 million tons from 6.9 million tons as port inventories rose to 1.8 million tons. And also MTN Group, Africa's largest mobile operator, says it is in advanced talks to acquire the 75% stake in the IHS holdings that it does not already own, in a deal that could value the TOA company at about $2.76 billion. Now, MTN, which already leases IHS towers in Nigeria and South Africa, said any potential offer will be based on IHS' last closing price on the New York Stock Exchange, which closed 5% lower at $8.23. MTN stressed that no final agreement has been reached, adding that the deal would give MTN greater control over its tower infrastructure, a key part of its mobile network operations across Africa. The network provider added that if the talks do not succeed, it will explore other ways to unlock value from its stake while maintaining its capital strategy. And now moving on to the foreign scene, interest rates in the United Kingdom are expected to stay on hold as the Bank of England's 9-member Monetary Policy Committee meets for the first time this year. The MPC cut the bank rate from 4% to 3.75% in December and said rates were likely to fall gradually, while inflation remains above target at 3.4%. Now, most analysts expect the committee to keep rates unchanged at 3.75% when it announces its decision at 12 GMT on Thursday, citing limited data, weak growth and persistent inflation with 1 or 2 cuts expected this year. Now, the bank rate shapes mortgages and savings, with tracker loans moving immediately in fixed deals affected later as savers face falling returns, and the bank, which meets 8 times yearly, publishes its quarterly monetary policy report this year. And also major Minnesota businesses led by Target in Minneapolis are facing staff unrest this month as workers fear President Donald Trump's immigration crackdown is putting them at risk at work. And pressure intensified after 2 Target employees were detained inside a suburban Minneapolis store in January, prompting more than 300 staff to demand clearer guidance of if ICE officers arrive. Now, the tension followed Trump's election pledge, with thousands of ICE agents deployed under Operation Metro Surge, sparking protests and workplace arrests, resignation strikes, and warnings that companies face illegal limits restricting access to public-facing areas. And Target says that safety is its priority, but has not commented on the arrest as unions and activists urge stronger action, while the White House now says some agents will be withdrawn from Minneapolis after weeks of enforcement operations there. We'll bring you the sport news after this break. Stay with us.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Welcome back to News Update, and I'm moving on to sports news. Kun Khalifa FC have announced their withdrawal from the 2025 to 2026 Nigerian Premier Football League in protest of unfair sanction. In a statement on Wednesday, Michael Ameifula, the club's chief executive officer, said that Kun Khalifa will no longer be part of a league that disregards the challenges faced by its members' clubs and prioritizes punishment over fairness and justice. The decision to pull out of NPFL was triggered by the penalties handed to the Imo-based club after failing to make the trip to Maiduguri for their matchday 24 fixture against the El Kanemi Warriors on February 2, 2026. The NPFL board said the reasons given by the club for missing the match was unacceptable and docked the team 3 points in goals with addition 10 million naira fine. And now to end the news, Samuel Ikpefan will be Nigeria's only athlete at the Milano Cortina 2026 Winter Olympics, where he is set to compete in cross-country skiing, extending the country's modest but growing presence at the Winter Games. The 33-year-old, who was born and raised in the French Alps, becomes Nigeria's sole representative for a second consecutive Winter Olympics, having also competed at Beijing 2022. Ikpefan finished 73rd in the men's sprint free in China and opted out of the 15-kilometer classic after experiencing COVID-19 complications, but still carried Nigeria's flag during the closing ceremony. At Milano Cortina 2026, Ikpefan is scheduled to race in the men's sprint classic on Sunday, February 8 at 1:25 p.m. Nigerian time, before returning to competition in the men's 10-kilometer interval start-free on Friday, 13th of February. Now, this is where we wrap up the Business Day Television News Update this afternoon. Remember to follow us across all our platforms and subscribe to our YouTube channel for more insights. I am Destiny Momo. Many thanks for watching. Good afternoon.
Information is everywhere, but insights, that is rare. Business Day Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. Business Day Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day Television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was plenty of demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
For many years, we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So
But as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that in the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
So the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end.
We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. I mean, by eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and, start to take up more projects in the upstream industries.
Stay ahead with Business Day Mobile, your gateway to Nigeria's most trusted business news, market insights, and expert analysis. With a Business Day Mobile app, you enjoy more than just news. You gain a seamless, intuitive platform designed to keep you informed and empowered. From exclusive articles to in-depth market trends, the app delivers the stories that matter most. Why Business Day Mobile? For premium access, for a clean, responsive design, for a smarter navigation, for customizable alerts, and for all-in-one business hub. Whether you're a business leader, investor, policymaker, or enthusiast, Business Day Mobile brings you closer to the insights shaping Nigeria's business landscape. Download today and put authoritative business journalism right at your fingertips, anytime, anywhere.